5 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Full forecast, traffic coming up in 5 minutes. Right now in Middle Tennessee, searching is underway for multiple potentially armed suspects in Laverne. They're believed to be connected to a robbery. Residents in the Jefferson Pike area were asked yesterday to lock their doors and be mindful. It is unknown at this time if this has anything to do with yesterday's lockdown at Motlow State Community College in Smyrna, where there was a report of a possible armed individual, but no one was found and the all clear was given and the lockdown lifted. The White House is preparing to brief lawmakers after news of a, quote, serious national security threat concerning Russia seeking nuclear anti-satellite space weapons. Here's Ann Flaherty.
The chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, Mike Turner, is a Republican from Ohio. He basically just tweets, we've got this intelligence that's been made available to us concerning, quote, a serious national security threat. And he says, I'm requesting Biden to declassify all of it so that we can talk about it in the open. For several hours yesterday, Washington essentially ground to a halt as everybody ran around trying to figure out, are we going to war with Russia? And the answer to that right now, no.
At least one person dead, as many as 20 other people injured in that shooting at the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl victory parade yesterday. Paul Contreras is being held a hero for tackling one of the three people whom police have detained.
It was a good celebration for the Kansas City Chiefs, and it just had to end the way it did because of a couple of bad apples.
Shooting appears to have been criminal in nature, not terrorism, according to a preliminary investigation. Later this morning in Nashville, Mayor Freddie O'Connell will make what his office says will be a major announcement. Channel 4 speculates it'll be about letting voters decide on a transit referendum. And a local booting company will answer to the city for allegedly booting people's cars illegally, not putting up signs where people can see what the deal is.
Didn't see the sign over here because it's not lit. It's not big enough.
Nashville Booting is the company named in the complaint. Today's hearing with Metro is at 12:30. We'll let you know what is decided. And Tennessee 7th District Congressman Mark Green says he's not running for re-election. He's going to serve his country, he says, in a new capacity. Former Nashville Mayor Megan Barry, by the way, running for Green's seat as a Democrat. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Here's Daria Albinger.
Stocks stage a mid-week turnaround. The Dow rose 152 points. The Nasdaq added 204, and the S&P closed up 47 back above 5,000. Stocks rose a day after skidding to sharp losses on a harder-than-expected report on consumer inflation. The CPA's wholesale partner report, the PPI, comes out later this week. Critics have been arguing that stock prices have run too far, too fast since late last year, and they say a pullback could be healthy and it might get inflation to start cooling off more quickly. The smallest stocks, which took the hardest hit on Tuesday, bounced back more than the rest of the market. The Russell 2000 jumped 2.3%.
All right, checking futures ahead of this morning's opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures up 48, S&P up 6, Nasdaq up 10. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We Talk News. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
507 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Along with Johnny B, Ken Weaver, Dan Mandis here indeed. It is Nashville's Morning News. Man, what a news day yesterday and today. Probably going to be just as intriguing and interesting. So hope you're doing well. There is a lot to talk about. I know that I say that every day, but let's get to it. So what was this serious national security threat that Congressman Mike Turner was talking about? Apparently, Vladimir Putin, this is what outlets are reporting, that Vladimir Putin wants to put nuclear weapons into space and shoot down satellites. They're calling this a serious national security threat, and I do understand that. Now, if you were listening to WTN yesterday, or really around any source of media whatsoever, you know what happened. Republican Mike Turner, the head of the House Intelligence Committee yesterday, asking the White House to declassify all information relating to this, at the time, and still, an unnamed threat. In the statement issued by the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, the body which oversees the U.S. intelligence community, Mike Turner said only that the committee has, quote, made available to all members of Congress information concerning a serious national security threat. He says, I am requesting that President Biden declassify all information relating to this threat so that Congress, the administration, and our allies can openly discuss the actions necessary to respond to this threat. And that's all he said. And so all of America and really all of the world starts freaking out. It's like, okay, so what the hell is he talking about? What is this serious national threat? Because if you think about it, we've got a lot going on. By the way, I'm just going to tell you I'm a little cynical. I'm a little cynical, and I'm going to get to my cynicism here in a minute. Everybody started freaking out. You've got, world leaders going, what in the world is going on? Of course, we here in America have seen our wide open southern border, and we all know that there's a lot of dangers that have been coming across our southern border as well. And that, of course, is all part of Joe Biden's presidency. And so that was one of the big questions as well. So what exactly is going on? What is this national security threat? And again, now we're hearing that it is Vladimir Putin wants to send nukes into space and shoot down a whole bunch of satellites. Now, the problem with that, of course, from our standpoint, is that we depend on satellites for, quite frankly, a lot of things, including clearly national security. Jake Sullivan was asked about all of this. Biden's national security advisor was asked about all of this, and this is what he had to say.
So first, I reached out earlier this week to the Gang of Eight to offer myself up for a personal briefing to the Gang of Eight, and in fact, we scheduled a briefing for the 4 House members of the Gang of Eight tomorrow. That's been on the books. So I am a bit surprised that Congressman Turner came out publicly today in advance of a meeting on the books for me to go sit with him alongside our intelligence and defense professionals tomorrow. That's his choice to do that. All I can tell you is that I'm focused on going to see him, sit with him, as well as the other House members of the Gang of Eight tomorrow. And I'm not in a position to say anything further from this podium at this time.
By the way, Scott Desjardins, Congressman Scott Desjardins, I'm not sure if he has seen this information. I'm also not sure if he can even talk about it because, it's classified. You just heard Jake Sullivan talking about how he is going to get together with the Gang of Eight. By the way, who are these folks that are the Gang of Eight? You're going to hear a lot about this today and yesterday. Apparently, there is some sort of a big meeting, and these are the national security folks within the House of Representatives and also the Senate. You've got from the U.S. House side, the Committee on Intelligence. You do have Mike Turner, the Republican who is the chair of the U.S. Committee on Intelligence in the House. You've got Jim Himes, a Democrat, ranking member of that same committee. In the Senate, you've got Democrat Mark Warner, who is the chair. Marco Rubio is the ranking member there for the United States Senate Committee on Intelligence. In the House, of course, you've got the leaders of both the House and the Senate. That's going to be Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, Hakeem Jeffries, Minority Leader in the House. You've got Chuck Schumer and Mitch McConnell there in the U.S. Senate. So this is going to be a very big, a very high-profile meeting. And I'm just going to say that I don't trust Jake Sullivan as far as I can throw him, because this is the same guy who lied about Donald Trump having a hotline to Kremlin banks. And he was also involved in the nefariousness of the dirty dossier. Remember all of that. And so I don't believe a lot that Jake Sullivan has to say. That's number one. Number two, and this is where my cynicism comes in, and I'm sorry, but you know what? You've got Mike Turner, who is one of those guys out there that is saying that we have got to fund Ukraine. We've got to fund Ukraine right now. And I'm a little cynical, because I think that there is, and I think Congressman Mark Green yesterday said there's a little bit of hyperbole involved here as well, because you have the Ukraine firsters, as Rand Paul said the other day, and they want Ukraine to get their money any way, anyhow they can do it. It's got to happen, and it's got to happen right now. So there's part of me, I'm looking at the players involved in all of this, and I'm not discounting that there is a national security issue. Please understand, I'm not discounting that. But I'm also telling you that I don't trust Washington, D.C. I don't trust Mike Turner. I sure as hell don't trust Jake Sullivan. I don't trust Joe Biden. And I don't trust people who have an agenda. And if you're in Washington, D.C., you have an agenda. So in my conspiracy-addled mind, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about this. So is it possible that what Turner is trying to do is turn up the heat so that they can get the Ukraine funding pushed through the House of Representatives? How do you do that? By creating, Vladimir Putin into even more of a monster than he is. I mean, look, I'm just telling you that I'm very cynical about all of this. Again, I'm not saying that there's not a national security threat. There probably is. But I'm just telling you that oftentimes there's a lot more than meets the eye. Moscow has already shown, this is from the BBC, Moscow has already shown how it can be lethal from space by testing a hit-to-kill anti-satellite missile back in 2021. When you talk about this urgent national security issue, that's part of my presentation this morning, is Moscow's had this capability for a long time. I mean, the way that Mike Turner's, Congressman Turner's release read was that there was something that was going to happen like right now. There was some sort of a thing that was imminent, and we needed to declassify this thing, or we are going to perish as a nation. I mean, that's kind of the way that it read, or at the very least, that's the way that some people took it. Well, Putin's had this capability since at least 2021. Now, one of the things that I'm going to do at 8:07, I'm going to ask the Heritage Foundation. They have an expert in all things space wars. And so in the 8 o'clock hour, I'm going to ask him about whether or not there's anything new to what we know about Vladimir Putin's capabilities regarding shooting down satellites, because he had this capability in 2021. So I think that there's a lot going on here behind the scenes, and I think it may have to do with, Ukraine funding. I think there's some other bills out there regarding FISA that is also up for debate. So there's a lot going on. It is 5:15. Time to check the roads from the WTN Traffic Center. All right, thank you very much. Partly cloudy today and a high of 65. Right now, 41 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, the Super Text line is open. I would love to know what you think about all this. 615 Gosh, you know what? For whatever reason, Johnny, why can't I remember the phone number? 615, what is the phone number for the super text line?
Is it 737?
737-9986.
There you go.
Biden moment, folks. Biden moment. The mind's the first to go. Listen,
that's why I love you, Don.
I'm so wrapped into this Moscow thing that I find it interesting. And again, I'm very suspicious of all of this. Moscow has already shown how it can be lethal from space by testing that hit-to-kill anti-satellite missile in 2021. Russia smashed a defunct spy satellite launched in 1982 into 1,500 pieces of debris in the strike and sparked fury around the world. Now, in 2020, Moscow fired an anti-satellite weapon from its Cosmos 2543 satellite while in orbit. We also know that Putin has also threatened the West with his deadliest hypersonic missile yet that could speed into space and hit multiple targets on the ground. So, again, there's not a lot here that seems new to me. And that's why I'm, again, quite frankly, and I don't mean to, poo-poo all this because I'm certainly not, but it does I'm just a little cynical about all of this, from the players to the narrative. Jake Sullivan, more commentary on all of this yesterday from the White House.
Ultimately, these are decisions for the president to make. But in the meantime, the most important thing is we have the opportunity to sit in a classified setting and have the kind of conversation with the House intelligence leadership that I, in fact, had scheduled before Congressman Turner went out today. Yeah.
But just to be clear, Turner calls this an urgent matter with regard to a destabilizing foreign military capability. Are you aware that there is an emerging serious threat here that he's referring to?
Again, I'll just say that I personally reached out to the Gang of Eight. It is highly unusual, in fact, for the National Security Advisor to do that. I did that to set up a meeting. The Senate's not here. The 4 House members have agreed to that meeting. This is well before Congressman Turner came out today. We'll have that conversation tomorrow. I'm not going to say anything further today.
But do you believe that this is about the same thing? When you set up that meeting to reach out to them, were you intending to discuss this matter?
Well, I'll leave it to you to draw whatever connections you want. All I can say is I reached out to see Turner. Turner's gone out publicly. I'm going to go see Turner tomorrow. That's where I want to leave things for today.
So that's where Jake Sullivan is leaving it. Oozing with confidence, Jake Sullivan is. Also, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, says that he has been aware of the issue. I guess maybe you would say it of an issue. And yes, he has requested a meeting with President Biden, and that meeting is today. Although what he doesn't say is, will Biden actually be there? Here's part of what Johnson has to say. Again, this was yesterday at the Capitol.
Last month, I sent a letter to the White House requesting a meeting with the president to discuss a serious national security issue that is classified.
Now, here's the interesting thing. Johnson says last month he sent a note to President Biden requesting a meeting. Well, it is February 15th. And so now they're finally getting around to having this meeting about a serious national security issue. Anybody else pick up on that?
Last month, I sent a letter to the White House requesting a meeting with the president to discuss a serious national security issue that is classified. In response to that letter, a meeting is now scheduled tomorrow on this matter here at the Capitol with the Gang of Four and with the president's national security advisor, Jake Sullivan. I will press the administration to take appropriate action. And everybody can be comforted by that.
I like how he says everybody can be comforted by that. Biden's on it, folks. Let's see here. He also says, Johnson also says, there is absolutely no reason to panic.
I saw Chairman Turner's statement on the issue, and I want to assure the American people there is no need for public alarm. We are going to work together to address this matter, as we do all sensitive matters that are classified. And beyond that, I'm not at liberty to disclose classified information and really can't say much more. But we just want to assure everyone, steady hands are at the wheel, we're working on it, and there's no need for alarm.
Steady hands are at the wheel.
Can I just tell you, I don't know why Johnson is speaking to us like we're 5, but did you notice that?
Yes.
Am I the only one? Okay, good. By the way, I also thought it was ironic.
Steady hands are at the wheel, we're working on it, and there's no need for alarm.
Steady hands are on the wheel as this week everyone has been talking about taking the keys away from Grandpa as it relates to Joe Biden. You know what I mean?
Steady hands are at the wheel. We're working on it, and there's no need for alarm.
No, steady hands are not at the wheel.
Yeah, so all of a sudden there's nothing to worry about.
Our nation is careening out of control. We've got wide open borders. Inflation is up. Vladimir Putin apparently is threatening to shoot our satellites out of the sky, but...
Steady hands are at the wheel. We're working on it, and there's no need for alarm.
No need to worry, folks.
Don't worry about it, man.
Don't worry.
I kind of figured Putin could shoot our satellites out of the air right now if he wanted to.
Well, that's what I was saying, Ken. I know you're busy,
China,
but
too.
This has been going on since 2020, at least.
Yeah.
Well, and just think of all the security problems we have in this country right now that are probably more pressing than that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right here.
Guys.
Right now.
Guys.
Steady hands are at the wheel.
Steady hands are at the wheel.
Yeah, they're making a getaway.
Only problem is they're in I-24 traffic.
There you go.
Hitting potholes the size of moon craters.
615-737-9986. That's what that number is, by the way.
Yeah, the country looks great, Joe.
Country looks great. Well, isn't that funny? The Biden administration, or at least, his surrogates and all, they've been out there and they've been saying that everything's fine, and they've been saying that...
Steady hands are at the wheel.
And clearly it's not. Not everything is fine. Steady hands are not at the wheel. Certainly when it comes to the White House. And nice try, Speaker Johnson. I don't know if anybody's buying it. And again, if you're just joining us, I don't know, guys. I'm cynical about this whole thing.
Yeah.
Because of the players involved. I mean, you got Jake Sullivan. Clearly, he is all about funding Ukraine. You've got Mike Turner, all about funding Ukraine. So now suddenly there's a big national security issue that is imminent, and it's Vladimir Putin. So doggone it, House Speaker Mike Johnson has got to give up that $93 billion for Ukraine.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, we got to do that right now.
Yeah, kind of how I see things. And listen, I could be wrong on that whole thing. Because listen, when it comes to Nashville's morning news, I'm not entirely certain that...
Steady hands are at the wheel.
Because I don't know if steady hands are at the wheel here on Nashville's morning news. Because I actually forgot the phone number a few minutes ago.
That happens to everybody.
Does it happen to everybody?
Yes, not just you.
That's
Really?
what President Vladimir Putin said overnight about President Biden's mental acuity. He said, who hasn't bumped their head walking into a plane or something like that?
Or falling over.
Falling both up and downstairs constantly.
Yeah. Putin giving Biden a seal of approval.
Oh, wait, was that serious?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vladimir Putin?
Yeah. He's all for Biden.
He is. He prefers Biden over Trump.
Which, does that surprise anybody?
Not at all.
Do you know what? If I were Vladimir Putin, you know what I would do? I would send President Biden a crash helmet with like the Kremlin logo on it. I guess we'll move on. It's fine. Apparently that wasn't nearly as funny as I thought it was. Let me get the phone number again.
I was actually picturing Biden wearing it with his aviator sunglasses on.
With a confused
We should
stance.
we should start calling Biden Crash.
Oh.
Crash helmet Biden. Oh man.
Crash dummy.
Yeah.
Even better, Johnny. Crash dummy Biden. Guys, steady hands are at the wheel.
Yes.
And not sure about this segment. It's gone careening out of control. Ken, what's coming up in the news at 5:30?
We are actually monitoring what is a serious situation right now in Wilson County. Police vehicles line the road in the West End Station neighborhood on Lebanon Road. They got a man barricaded in the house there. Police trying to get him to come out peacefully. And Great Britain is now in recession. So is Japan. But experts there say it won't be a long one. Details at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. 5:30 on the dot this Thursday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. And right now we're monitoring a heavy police presence in a neighborhood in Wilson County. Police vehicles lining the road there in the West End Station neighborhood on Lebanon Road. A suspect wanted from Metro Nashville is barricaded. Police asking everyone in that neighborhood to stay indoors for now. Meanwhile, in Laverne, police told residents in Jefferson Pike area yesterday to lock their doors while they looked for 2 to 3 possibly armed suspects. They said were dressed all in black. So far, no arrests. And election 2024. Former President Trump at a rally in North Charleston, South Carolina last night.
President Putin of Russia has just given me a great compliment, actually. He's just said that he would much rather have Joe Biden as president than Trump. Now, that's a compliment. A lot of people said, oh, gee, that's too bad. No, that's a good thing.
Now, Putin yesterday said Biden is more experienced and more predictable. Got some money news out of Britain. Tom Rivers over at the Foreign Desk says numbers back up what British consumers have felt for months. The country's in a recession.
The economy simply isn't taking off. It's stalled and drifting downward. Treasury Secretary Jeremy Hunt says
the primary objective is to bring down inflation. And actually, if you look at the underlying data in the economy, we are succeeding in doing that much faster than many people predicted. It's fallen from 11% to 4%.
Forecasters predict this downturn will, however, likely be mild and short-lived. But it's bad news for the Prime Minister, who's made growing the economy a key part of his election year platform.
Elsewhere, Japan has slipped into recession. And another tech company handing out pink slips.
Cisco Systems announcing this week that it's preparing to cut more than 4,000 jobs. That's about 5% of its global workforce of nearly 85,000. The internet networking pioneer, the latest in a parade of tech companies laying off employees to boost profits and stock prices. It's also a sobering reminder of the growing job insecurity in an industry which is increasingly embracing artificial intelligence.
That's Daria Albinger and the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
538 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to the Gang of Three Amigos. I'm Dan. Ken's over there. Johnny's over yonder. Hey, guys. How are you?
Good morning, boys. Yes.
Good morning.
615-737-9986. That's it, right?
That's the number, Brother Dan Mandis.
I'm on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
That's the number of love.
And I'm in Nashville. All right,
Yeah.
Some snarky guy on the super text line. If you were listening in the previous segment, for whatever reason, I had forgotten the phone number, the super text line, 615-737-9986. And I, for whatever reason, very bizarrely, I just forgot the number. And I'm just so involved in all the content here. Guy says, never happens to Chris Hand.
That's probably Chris Hand.
Yes. He probably has it written down somewhere.
I'm pretty sure Chris isn't up yet. We'd call him and find out.
Sure.
Anyway, Johnny, you had something for this segment. Go ahead.
Well, it's very interesting, guys. We have a brand new power couple on the Democrat side, and boy, our people on the left are going to just love this one.
All right.
Remember Huma Abedin? She was Hillary Clinton's longtime aide.
Oh, yeah.
47 years old. Mm-hmm. She's now dating a billionaire playboy by the name of Alex Soros.
One of the Soros kids.
Yes, yes, he's even taken over from his brother. He strong-armed his brother out of the way, and now is the heir to George Soros's $25 billion Open Society Foundations. Wrestled that away from his older brother.
What, did put him in a headlock?
Probably.
So,
scobbed his knob?
Yeah.
Uma, or she's stepping up from Anthony Weiner. Can we just say that?
Well, what's interesting, Dan?
Anthony Weiner was the dumbest person like ever.
But not according to her. No, she said he was one of the most dynamic politicians that ever came along.
Dynamic?
Yes.
Is that what you call it?
Yeah.
Real photogenic.
Yeah. Does underwear ads, doesn't he?
Okay, so somebody's got to remind me. Anthony Weiner, it was more than once.
Oh, yeah, it was young girls.
Yeah.
He was taking photos of himself and sending them off, right?
Yeah, he was like in his underwear.
I mean, what could go wrong? You're a politician married to a very powerful woman in Washington, D.C., and you're sending underwear shots to, people that are underage on these sites or whatever it is.
Well, you know who introduced Huma to Anthony? None other than Bill Clinton. Hey, Huma, I got somebody you need to meet. He's a great guy. A lot of fun.
Unbelievable. Now, George Soros still alive, right?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Unfortunately, and I'm sorry, did I say that? No, but he's and they're giving they are giving money to.
Oh yeah, they're trying to buy the next election.
No,
and you said $25 billion. Listen to this.
They wouldn't do that.
Oh no, not the Soros family.
You guys ready for this?
Yeah.
Now, there's nothing funny about this.
Okay.
Speaking of George Soros, Soros moves to control the second largest radio group.
Oh no.
In America.
There you go.
Well, yeah.
What's the second largest radio group in America?
Odyssey.
Mm-hmm.
Read that as not us.
Yeah.
Yet.
So, left-leaning billionaire George Soros is prepping to take a huge stake in Odyssey, America's second largest radio company with its more than 220 stations nationwide, the New York Post reported on Wednesday, citing court filings and sources close to the matter. Now, they bought some radio stations, if I remember right, in Miami. And the big worry there was that they had purchased some conservative Spanish-speaking radio stations, and everybody was going to get fired and all that kind of thing. I don't know what happened to those stations, so I need to go back because I just saw this. So I need to go back and find out what happened to those stations and if they did come in and fire all of the conservative broadcasters. I mean, we talked about this. This was a very big deal. I lost track of the story. I will tell you, though, that it is concerning that this is happening. because to me, this could have a very chilling effect on what they're saying on these particular radio stations.
Exactly.
And
absolutely, man.
I don't know if there's any talk stations on these radio stations or not, but you really think that George Soros is going to allow freedom of speech on these talk stations?
Nope. In fact, that's the goal. I mean, the Democrat Party for a long time has wanted to shut down conservative talk radio.
Well, that's how they operate.
That's their goal.
You don't agree, they shut you down. They erase history.
And they love it, and they do it by giving you the monikers of racist.
Yep.
Nativist.
Hate
misogynist,
talk.
Sexist.
Yes.
What else? What have you guys been called over the years? See, I'm the opinion guy for the most part on this show. Johnny as well, and Ken sometimes just covers the news.
Sometimes, I get called a liberal sometimes.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
Actually, really?
Well, I mean, sometimes I've got to cover things that some conservatives don't want to hear, but it is happening.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to cover it.
Well, and I've even been called one for, anytime I've disagreed with Donald Trump or anybody that's a Republican.
That's very true. You're not conservative enough.
Exactly.
You're a rhino.
We always knew you were a commie, Johnny.
You're a rhino.
Oh, Lordy. Do you know what I think the conservatives, sometimes our worst enemy is ourselves.
Sometimes, yes.
Because we have people within our own community, if you will, who run around, and it's like the Salem witch trials. And it's like, you're not conservative enough, and you're not conservative enough. And it's like, it's like everybody's calling everybody else rhinos. And, here's the deal. There are some actually very true rhinos that are out there.
Right.
But, there's different shades of conservatism. My problem with some of these folks that run around calling everyone else not conservative enough is that oftentimes they can't actually point to one particular thing that you've said or, voted for or, said, okay, this is legislation that I like. It's just like they consider themselves the epitome of conservatism, and no one else is pure enough for them. And those are the people that I hear from all the time.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't even understand, okay, so what, and I always do this. So what exactly is it that I have said that you have an issue with? And I'm always left hanging. Like they never respond back to me. And listen, I'm sure that there have been times when I've said things that some conservatives might disagree with. You know what the problem is these days? We can all basically even agree on legislation and principle. But if you say something like you and I were talking about, Johnny, where, Trump does things that make us facepalm.
Right.
From a strategic standpoint, the man just, he puts his foot in his mouth oftentimes, and it's frustrating. I get called a rhino for that.
Oh, I know.
For saying that he is, doing things that are just not in his best interest. And frankly, there's things that he does sometimes that are not in the country's best interest, because it's in the country's best interest to have him back in the White House. But when he does or says stupid things or posts stupid things, then it distracts from, the stupid things that Biden's doing.
Well, and isn't that our job? We're supposed to point out where any politician is making a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the way he should go, in our opinion, or my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you're doing. That's part of our job.
Well, and so while, you got some folks that are, I don't know what to call them. I don't know if I should call them purists or Puritan. I don't know what to call them. But when they consider themselves, the most pure conservative out there, and nobody else can live up to their brand of conservatism, while they're attacking us, people like George Soros are buying literally entire radio groups. And so while we're all, quibbling on our side about who's the most pure conservative Republican or whatever you want to say, George Soros and the Democrats are buying up radio stations, and we'll have to see whether or not they start going after whatever conservative talkers or broadcasters may be on those particular stations. But it is scary. And part of me thinks, and all of this stuff has to go through the FCC, part of me wonders, you can't really do this, but clearly there is a liberal bias to what he is all about. But the FCC, I don't think they can take that in. I don't know these things. I don't think the FCC can take that into account when you're wheeling and dealing radio stations. So but I'll tell you what, this scares me.
Yes.
It really does. Odyssey, by the way, and I don't really know much about Odyssey, except that they're not doing very well. Actually, they're doing really bad.
CNN's one of their brands.
Really?
Yeah. According to what I just looked up. List of radio stations under Odyssey.
Oh, because I think CNN has a little radio network kind of a thing.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they do.
Do they?
Yes.
I believe so.
I'm sure that does amazing.
I believe so.
Well, yeah, crickets love it.
That they do. This is CNN.
Chirp, chirp, chirp.
Well, I think you can go through Odyssey to listen to us.
Hey, George, how are you? Tell Alex we said.
Yeah, because, there's some sort of a way that, I don't know.
Yeah,
There's so many
they don't
different
own
tentacles
us,
and
but you can go
antennas.
through them to get to us.
There's some sort of a relationship that we have with Odyssey.
Yeah. They own 227 radio stations in 45 media markets.
Is Nashville one of them?
Well, let's see.
The Post reported
Tennessee
bankruptcy filings. Yeah, I guess.
No, Nashville is not. Just Chattanooga and Memphis.
Okay, what stations do they own in Memphis?
In Memphis, 99.7 Country Music, AM 790 Sports Gambling,
all right,
680 Sports Radio, 92.9 Sports Radio, and 104.5 Adult Contemporary.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think they're all safe. What about
Chattanooga?
Yeah.
Country Music, Active Rock, Adult Hits, Contemporary Hit Radio, and Mainstream Urban.
All right. There you go.
Yeah.
The Post acknowledged an insider close to the situation who is reportedly Republican. That person speculated Soros may be buying the big stake to exert a greater influence as the November election draws near. How much did the Hungarian-born financier pay? Well, they say, as per sources speaking to the Post, he scooped up all of the debt, and there's a lot of debt with Odyssey.
Oh, yeah.
In recent weeks, parceling out roughly 50 cents on the dollar from a hedge fund called, I don't know, HG. This is getting into details that I don't know or care about. Anyway.
He's like Mr. Potter in It's a Wonderful Life.
Yes, he is.
You know what? I think I like Potter better, and that's saying a lot.
Yeah, it is.
Sentimental hogwash.
Come here, Biden.
Every time I
Now, Joe.
Every time I see George Soros, I think electricity is going to come out of his hands.
Yes.
Because he looks like that guy. Who is it? Is it Palpatine?
Yes.
In Star
Yes.
Wars?
Yes.
Palpatine.
Yeah, I could see him with the whole, robe with the...
Yes.
with the hood on. And the... Oh, yeah.
Palpatine.
Yes.
Yeah, he's like Biden rules with electricity coming out of his fingers and all that kind of stuff.
I just wonder where he's going to travel because, it looks like he's got his bags packed, right under his eyes. Those big bags. Have you seen those big bags under his eyes?
You would think that he would be able to, with all that money, get like a facelift kind of a thing to get those bags.
He must dig it.
Just put a spoon in the freezer. And in the morning, stick it on your face.
Yeah, there you
That's
go.
what he
I hear
needs
that
to
takes
do.
care of bags under the eyes.
Hey, real quick, coming up after the 6 o'clock hour. It does not work, by the way, Ken. Coming up after the 6 o'clock hour. That's an old wives' tale.
Oh,
and
it
all
is?
those wives have bags under their eyes. I'm just kidding. I don't know if that works or not. After the news is sick, we got a lot going on today. Okay?
We do.
So Mark Green suddenly, he had a bit of a contentious interview with Matt Murphy yesterday.
Murphy Show.
So apparently Green just decided to call it quits after that interview.
Yeah,
I can't go through that again.
I can't deal with these kinds of people anymore. I'm out.
That's what did it. A combat veteran taken down by a radio interview.
Murphy takes down another.
No, that wasn't it. We'll talk about that, though, straight ahead. A whole bunch of other things as well, but at 5:52, Ken, what's coming up in the news at 6?
Well, we're still monitoring that situation in Wilson County. This is on Lebanon Road, the West End Station neighborhood. Got a man barricaded in a home there. Lots of police on the scene. Former President Trump in North Charleston, South Carolina last night. You got to hear what he said about what Vladimir Putin said about him and Joe Biden. These stories and more coming up at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Now, from what I understand, though, there was no crash helmet being sent to Joe Biden, courtesy of Vladimir Putin. That was a joke that we said earlier.
Yeah.
There's no truth to that, just in case George Soros and his media buyers are listening. It's 5:53 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Want to tell you about my friends at the Glock store. Listen, this is where I bought my first gun, and I got my training at the Glock store in Nashville at their Shoot 270 indoor ranges. Now, they've got incredible personal instructors. These are the people that taught me how to shoot a gun. I love the Glock store, man. Let me tell you something. You walk into the Glock store, and one, they've got employees all over the place. And so if there is a question that you may have, go on into the Glock store, and there is no shortage of people to answer all of your questions. If you want to handle the guns, you want to take a look at the guns, whatever gun you want to look at, they are there ready, again, to help you and answer all of your questions. But I got to tell you, if you really want to learn how to fire that gun, go to shoot270.com. Check out the videos that they have there. Check out the personal instructors as well. You'll see what those Shoot 270 indoor ranges look like. These things are massive rooms instead of just your typical shooting range. These are massive rooms, and you can really learn how to shoot and shoot well at the Shoot 270 indoor ranges. Check them out online. It is shoot270.com. Only at McGill's world-famous Glock store. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Minutes from the airport and worth a drive from anywhere.
6 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories this Thursday morning. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. But right now, we got to tell you about what's going on in Wilson County. Very heavy police presence along along Lebanon Road in the West End Station neighborhood. A suspect wanted from Metro Nashville is barricaded. Police in Lebanon asking everyone in the neighborhood to stay indoors for now. Meanwhile, that is in that neighborhood, not everyone in Lebanon. Meanwhile, in Laverne, police telling residents in the Jefferson Pike area to lock their doors while they look for 2 to 3 possibly armed suspects dressed all in black yesterday. So far, no arrests. And in Kansas City, Paul Contreras is being held a hero for tackling one of the 3 people allegedly firing guns after the Chiefs Super Bowl parade.
I didn't think about it. It was just a reaction. I didn't hesitate. It was just do it. So I went to go tackle him, and another gentleman did the same thing. And as I'm tackling him, I see his weapon either fall out of his hand or out of his sleeve because he was wearing a long jacket.
Police have detained 3 people. The shooting appears to have been criminal in nature, not terrorism, according to the preliminary investigation. Meanwhile, 1 person died, dozens of others were injured. Election 2024. Former President Trump in North Charleston, South Carolina last night.
President Putin of Russia has just given me a great compliment, actually. He's just said that he would much rather have Joe Biden as president than Trump. Now, that's a compliment. A lot of people said, oh, gee, that's too bad. No, that's a good thing.
Yeah, Putin yesterday said Biden is, quote, more experienced and more predictable. Tennessee 7th District Congressman Mark Green says he's not running for re-election. He says in a statement he's fulfilled his promise to secure our borders and hold Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas accountable. Green led the impeachment against Mayorkas, and Green says he will continue serving the country, but in a new capacity. Meanwhile, former Nashville Mayor Megan Barry is running for Green's seat as a Democrat. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
Share price gains for ride-hailing companies Uber and Lyft helped the broader market to regain some of Tuesday's big losses. The Dow Jones picked up 151 points Wednesday to close at 38,424. The S&P added 1%. The Nasdaq rose 1.3%. Another high-flying stock, Nvidia, has surpassed Google parent Alphabet in market capitalization. Its chips have been critical in the AI surge. Its stock price now makes it the 3rd most valuable American company. Japan has lost its spot as the world's 3rd largest economy, unexpectedly slipping into recession. Tokyo reports 2 consecutive quarters of contraction, falling 0.4% on an annualized basis. The 3 largest economies in the world are now the U.S., followed by China and Germany. Elon Musk's romance with the Lone Star State deepens. His rocket company, SpaceX, has filed paperwork to change its incorporation address from Delaware to Texas.
All right, checking futures ahead of this morning's opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures up 44, S&P up 8, Nasdaq up 24. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
608 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Johnny B here, Ken Weaver as well. Dan Mandis, and the phone number if you want to super text in is 615-737-9986. You can also watch us on YouTube and Facebook as well. You can stream us anywhere with a bazillion different apps. You can find all the links at 997WTN.com. If you're just joining us, and a lot of people do in the 6 o'clock hour, or in the 5 o'clock hour, we were talking about the very latest as far as this, quote, serious national security threat that Congressman Mike Turner was warning about yesterday afternoon. Now, there's been multiple reports that Vladimir Putin wants to put nuclear weapons in space, and basically that's sparking a Washington furor over this serious national security threat. Now, he doesn't want to drop them onto America. What he wants to do, apparently, is shoot satellites out of the sky, which is also a very big deal. But the question is, as far as Mike Turner, Republican, why did he do what he did? Why did he release that statement that said that he wanted President Biden to declassify this information? And there's a lot of things at play here. Number one is the fact that he is very much in favor of and has been demanding for immediate funding for Ukraine. Now, he's a Republican, but I'm just going to tell you that I don't trust anybody these days. And so perhaps what part of this is that he is trying to manipulate the situation regarding Ukraine funding. Because remember, Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, has said, we're not going to take this up on the House floor. So what better way to try to pressure Mike Johnson than to say, well, okay, Vladimir Putin is about to start shooting satellites out of the sky. And so what that ultimately then does is that does exert pressure on Mike Johnson and Republicans, because Turner is now saying, well, Vladimir Putin is a monster, and look what he's going to do if we don't take care of him. Well, I do understand that. But as somebody pointed out on the super text line, if we keep funding Ukraine, isn't that going to tick off Vladimir Putin even more? Which is a great point. And by the way, this is nothing new, because Vladimir Putin has had the ability to shoot down satellites for literally years. So I'm going to speak with Congressman Scott Desjardins about all of this coming up at 6:38 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, because there is a lot at play. And I'm not saying that there's not a serious national security threat at play, but what I'm saying is that look at the people involved. You do have Mike Turner, who has been very vocal about demanding that we fund Ukraine. And you also have National Security Advisor to Joe Biden, Jake Sullivan, who is clearly somebody that you can't trust. This is a guy that lied about Donald Trump and accused Donald Trump of having a hotline to Kremlin banks, and he was also involved in the dirty dossier. So I would just say, without sort of dismissing the possible imminent danger of Vladimir Putin shooting satellites out of the sky, I would also say, remember the players, because the whole thing seems a little suspicious to me. We'll see. And by the way, you've got the congressman. I'm not sure if Congressman Scott Desjardins has looked at this intelligence yet, because remember, members of Congress, they were able to go into this skiff, and they were going to look at this intelligence, and he's not going to be able to tell me what is classified, but perhaps he can give us some perspective on everything that's going on in Washington, D.C. So all of that coming up at 6:35 here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Horrible story. What happened in Kansas City yesterday during the Super Bowl victory parade for the Kansas City Chiefs. I mean, you got just the very latest, and Ken, I don't know what you have. I've got one person dead and a whole bunch of kids. I've seen various reports. Between 9 and 11 kids were sent to the hospital. I think 9 were shot. 11 total were sent to the hospital. Luckily, they're all going to be okay. Now, they've arrested like 3 people in this shooting. They don't know who did the shooting. They don't know why they did the shooting. There's quite simply not a lot that they know. But you had 1 million people in Kansas City, and between 1 and 3 people opened fire, injuring 21 people or so and a whole bunch of kids. And so now they're trying to figure out what happened. Well, here's one thing that we do know. One thing that we do know is that there were, if you've seen the video, there were some serious heroes yesterday out there in Kansas City, because the gunfire rings out, and apparently the guy that did it, or is alleged to have done it, was running away. He had a gun, and he's running away. And Trey and Casey Filter, they had gone to Kansas City from Wichita to watch the parade. And as everybody is running away, they see this guy. And people are screaming, "Tackle him, tackle him." And everybody's parting like the Red Seas, except for Trey and Casey Filter, married couple. And so they were on with Chris Cuomo last night, after all of this happened. Trey tackles the guy in true Kansas City Chiefs fashion, tackles the guy to the ground, and he ended up dropping his gun, and his wife grabs the gun and kind of puts it over there, and he describes what happened.
But you hear people saying, tackle him, right? You're just trying to get out of there. Just take us through the moment. What did you, you hear that, you turn, where is the guy?
I turn, I see a flash, and I think to myself, I hope that's him. There was really I didn't see him coming. I think all I recall is barely seeing the guy, and I couldn't believe I caught him. And thinking when I got up, I was just thinking, man, I sure hope that's him. So, because there was just so much going on. And when they were yelling that there's a gun, our main concern was just keeping him down. Me and this gentleman here, my buddy here, we were elated when we knew we got him. And, the gun was secure, and we knew he wasn't getting it.
Listen, and again, this is not a knock against the cops, but when seconds count, police are minutes away. And he addresses that coming up at 6:50, and I'm going to play some more audio from his wife, and also the other guy that helped stop the Kansas City shooter. Details straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7, and time to check the roads from the WTN Traffic Center. Partly cloudy today, a high of 65, 42 now at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you. It's Dan Mandis here along with Johnny B. Ken Weaver talking about the very latest in the Kansas City shooting. And the latest that I have is at least 21 injured. We do have 1 dead. And the woman that died, interestingly enough, she got shot in the abdomen, died later on in surgery at the hospital. A radio DJ, as a matter of fact, there in Kansas City. 9 kids total were shot, 11 taken to the hospital. They're all expected to be okay. I think they're still obviously monitoring everyone. But, whenever there's these kinds of tragedies, there's also heroes. And as I just said before throwing to traffic, that when seconds count, police are minutes away. Thank the Lord there are heroes like the ones that we saw yesterday during the Kansas City shooting, during the Chiefs victory parade. By the way, Travis Kelce, he has released a statement. He is heartbroken over the tragic shooting. Kansas City Chiefs as a team, heartbroken, and obviously sending their support. But I was telling you about this guy, Trey Filter. He and his wife were they drove in from Wichita, and they were there, heard the gunfire, and they see the guy running towards them. And by the way, they have arrested 3 people in this. Now, I don't know if there were 3 actual shooters. They're still trying to figure all of that out. We'll probably have an update later on today. But the mom, Casey Filter, after her husband tackles the guy, she finds the gun. She sees the gun, and it's just sitting there on the ground. And if you see the video, she instinctively grabs the gun.
Oh, not really. Not yet. I think we just did what fight or flight type of deal. And we just did what we felt we needed to do in that moment. I don't think we could have just walked away being right there like that. So.
Yeah, she was asked if it had all sunk in yet, and she says no. A great question, by the way, on News Nation. It was Chris Cuomo who got an interview with them. And one of the questions was, your kids saw all of this. How are they reacting as all of this does begin to sink in?
They're pretty excited. I mean, we're on the way home. We're realizing how close we actually, came to being involved in the initial shooting, and then, of course, we couldn't have got much closer to the gun there. So it's just really a lot to process and to be grateful for.
They're pretty proud of their dad. That's pretty much all I can say about the boys. They're really proud. So.
Well, and you. Moving the weapon was key. God forbid the guy had scrambled out from underneath Trey, and the weapon was right there.
That was my first thought when I saw it on the ground right in front of me. I didn't expect to just it was at my feet, and I just saw it and just moved it. So, I mean, just a reaction, I guess.
Yeah, and there was another guy, last audio bite here, there was another guy named Paul Contreras. You heard Trey Filter mention that there was another guy who tackled the suspect here. And so it was the two of them that were able to tackle this guy. This is Paul Contreras.
One guy was hollering and saying, stop him, or catch him, tackle him, whatever. And he's just bailing running. I didn't even think about it. It was just a reaction. I didn't hesitate. It was just do it. So I went to go tackle him, and another gentleman did the same thing. And as I'm tackling him, I see his weapon either fall out of his hand or out of his sleeve because he was wearing a long jacket. So when I seen that hit the ground, I'm like, oh, we got to take this guy down. And so, like I said, I did, and another good Samaritan did, and we held him down. And it seemed like forever, but it probably wasn't. It was like 30 seconds holding him down, and me and the other gentleman are hollering at ongoers, where's the cops? Get the cops over here, get the cops over here, we got him.
Yeah, and they did. Now, again, there's, as far as I know, 3 people have been arrested. They're trying to figure out exactly what happened. The DJ that died was shot and killed. Lisa Lopez died in the shooting. She is from radio station KKFI, and I'm not exactly sure what they do or what kind of music they play, but Lisa Lopez is sadly the person that died at the hands of this gunman. She was shot in the abdomen, and so, of course, prayers go out to her family and all of the staff at KKFI as well, because when these kinds of things happen, one of the things I've noticed, and Johnny, Ken, you guys can chime in here, one of the things that I've noticed with radio is that, and I don't know if it's because of a gallows humor, but unlike any other industry, I think radio, we're all very much of a family. Dysfunctional at times, but we can all be very much of a family. And again, I think part of it is, gallows humor. I think part of it is just, because everybody gets along so well. It's kind of a jovial kind of an industry. And we all just like to have fun. We're all, at least most of us are, somewhat gregarious in nature. And that's what I love about the staff here at WTN these days. But so again, our prayers go out to the family of Lisa Lopez and the staff there at KKFI as well. It is 621 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 at WTN. The Super Text line is open at 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Ken Weaver has the news coming up at 6:30. And Ken, what do we got?
Well, we are still monitoring that heavy police presence in the West End Station neighborhood along Lebanon Road. And in Laverne, police were telling residents yesterday, lock your doors. They were looking for 2 to 3 possibly armed suspects dressed in black. And in Kansas City, hear from one of those people being hailed a hero for tackling one of the 3 alleged shooters. Former President Trump in North Charleston, South Carolina last night. You got to hear what he said about NATO again. And what Vladimir Putin is saying about Joe Biden over President Trump. Coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, thank you, Ken. By the way, Fox News just has a poll up. I guess they did a new poll. Donald Trump ahead of Joe Biden in key swing states, one of them being Michigan, where the former president is up on the current president 47 to 45%. Again, that is being reported by Fox News. Trump beats Biden in hypothetical matchup in Michigan and North Carolina. And again, in Michigan specifically, just because they have the graphic up, the former President Trump is up 47 to 45%. And by the way, they're showing those numbers change because the same poll a few months ago showed that Biden was ahead in that state. So Trump is definitely gaining momentum. And I believe that's why the Democrats and the DOJ and all these folks are doing everything they can to get Donald Trump off of the ballot and out of the campaign. So we'll continue to talk about that. It is 6:23 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You know, the thing that I love about my friends at Cove Generator is that they're not just going to sell you a generator. I mean, let's face it. Anybody can do that. The big box stores can do that. Anybody can do that. But what Cove Generator does, and this is what makes them different, is they're going to partner with you from the time that you buy the generator to the time that you leave your home. Yes, the time that you sell your home and leave, they have you covered. My buddy Generator Dave is going to answer all of the questions you have, from buying the generator, what's the right generator for you to buy for your home. No generator, by the way, is too big or too small. But even after you buy the generator, Generator Dave is there to answer all of your questions. Now, all they do at Cove Generators is generators. Now, they are seamlessly integrated into your home and super silent. The most important part of all of this is that when the power goes out, your Generac home standby generator is going to kick on and keep your family safe. Get an estimate on your Generac home standby generator today from Cove Generators. They are your premier Generac home standby generator dealer. Call them today and be prepared for the next power outage. That phone number is 931-559-3311. Call Cove Generators, by the way, to perform maintenance on your Generac automatic standby generator or any brand of generator that you currently own. 931-559-3311. Find them online at covegenerators.com and never lose power again. Conditions may apply. Call for details. 629 Nashville's Morning News. You know, it's become so clear, especially today, right? We're talking about Vladimir Putin sending nukes into space to shoot down satellites. I mean, every day it's the drumbeat of these kinds of stories, and they all go back to the same thing, that our government lets us down time and time again. We've got wide open borders, China, Russia threatening us at every turn. We are left unprotected as a nation. It is up to you to protect yourself and your family. And my friends at My Patriot Supply can help you. What I want you to do is go to preparewithmandis.com and get started with emergency food. Preparewithmandis.com. You can grab a 4-week emergency food kit from My Patriot Supply. And again, preparewithmandis.com. You go to there today, you're going to get $60 off. My Patriot Supply has helped millions of American families reach self-reliance. This food lasts for 25 years in storage and provides over 2,000 calories daily. Now, of course, we all remember, we talked about it, the baby formula shortage, the toilet paper shortage. You need to be self-reliant. You need to go to preparewithmandis.com and get that $60 off that 4-week emergency food kit. Now, they do ship fast, free, and arrive in unmarked boxes. You order by 3 p.m. today, and your food kits are going to ship the same day. Remember, save $60 per kit at preparewithmandis.com.
6:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes, and we are still monitoring that situation in Wilson County. Very large police presence in the West End Station neighborhood on Lebanon Road. A suspect apparently wanted from Nashville is barricaded in a home there. Police are asking everyone in that neighborhood to stay indoors for now. Meanwhile, in Laverne, police told residents in the Jefferson Pike area yesterday to lock their doors while they looked for 2 to 3 possibly armed suspects dressed all in black. They eventually gave up the search. They didn't find anyone. So far, no arrest. And right now in Kansas City, Paul Contreras is being hailed a hero for tackling one of the 3 people allegedly firing guns after the Chiefs Super Bowl parade yesterday.
I didn't think about it. It was just a reaction. I didn't hesitate. It was just do it. So I went to go tackle him, and another gentleman did the same thing. And as I'm tackling him, I see his weapon either fall out of his hand or out of his sleeve because he was wearing a long jacket.
Yeah, one person died, dozens of others injured. The shooting appears to have been criminal in nature, not terrorism, according to a preliminary investigation report. Election 2024. Former President Trump in North Charleston, South Carolina last night, doubling down on his assertion NATO members need to meet their financial obligations.
One of the heads of the country stood up and said, does that mean that if we don't pay the bills, that you're not going to protect us? I said, that's exactly what it means. Exactly. I'm not going to protect you.
Yesterday, we learned from the NATO secretary that just 18 of the 31 members will meet their financial obligations this year. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. 6:32 on Nashville's Morning News. Congressman Scott Desjardins is coming up next. Great news, of course. Mortgage rates have dropped here, at least in the last couple of months. Loan Pronto is helping people take advantage of fixed rates with APRs in the 5s. Now, if you got stuck with a crappy mortgage rate last year, Loan Pronto can help you switch it out for a much better payment right now. And they can do it fast and with no appraisal and no cost. Now, that means that they can help you lower your payment right now. If you're buying a new home, now that rates have come down a bit, Loan Pronto can and will beat anyone else's rate with no closing costs. Or maybe you just need some cash now to pay off all of those credit cards. Loan Pronto can get you hooked up with an Express Equity line of credit at a great rate, and you can keep your main mortgage intact. So you can get $50,000, $80,000, $100,000 with my friends at Loan Pronto. They are the place to call. 615-499-5780. Please tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-499-5780. The website is loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, subject to lender approval. 638, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into Nashville's Morning News, along with Johnny B, Ken Weaver, Dan Mandis here. And Congressman Scott Desjardins is joining us live from Washington, D.C. As always, Congressman, great to have you along. Boy, so much to talk about. First of all, I know that the information regarding, the national security threat that everyone's been talking about, it has been put into this skiff, I guess. And so now members of Congress, including yourself, can go look at this particular threat. Have you been able to go see it yet?
Well, I didn't go to the skiff yesterday. I serve on the Strategic Forces Subcommittee on HASC, and that deals with Space Force, threats in space, hypersonic weapons, missile defense. And so I actually got this briefing about a week ago in a skiff over here in Rayburn, along with the rest of my colleagues on Strategic Forces. So I was aware of it, and I was a little baffled because it was a pretty close hold in you have different levels of classification. You have top secret. You have top secret SCI, which means in a skiff where a secure compartment where there's no phones, no Apple Watches, all that. And then there's also like special access programs, which are more like DARPA, James Bond, things under development. And so, yeah, I was a little bit surprised when that was released to everybody because, I'm not saying people aren't great at keeping secrets, but what you're hearing in open sources on the news is not all of what we learned, but it's enough to kind of confuse people and concern people. And so I'm not exactly sure why Representative Turner made the move that he did. I'd say it's highly unusual. And, is there an ulterior motive because of Ukraine funding? I'm yet to decide that, but it honestly wouldn't surprise me.
See, that's what I thought, Congressman, when I opened up the program at 5 a.m. I told the story, but then, I'm just very cynical about all of this because, Turner is a guy who is very pro-Ukraine funding. He's been demanding it, and what better way to do that than to, paint as some sort of a big national security threat, something with Vladimir Putin. And so, to me, there's a couple of things going on here, and I think there might be some manipulation going on, especially since, Jake Sullivan, National Security Advisor for Biden, Jake Sullivan and some of these other folks in the Gang of Eight were already scheduled to get together. So, and this is not new. I mean, Vladimir Putin has had the ability, from what I understand, and you know more than I do, but I'm doing my research on this. I mean, you and I think have even spoken about Vladimir Putin has the ability to shoot down our satellites already.
Yeah, I mean, the Chinese have a lot of technology. The Russians have a lot of technology. Frankly, we have a lot of technology. And a lot of times when we get briefings, it's in regards to our adversaries' threats. Occasionally we get briefings on where we're at. I had almost a 2-hour briefing in a skiff yesterday that dealt more with our capabilities. And so there's two sides to every story. But, I mean, go back to the Cuban Missile Crisis. That was probably one of the biggest threats America ever knew, and Russia has the capability to basically annihilate the world, and so do we, and now China and several other nuclear-armed countries. So, I mean, there's not a lot bigger threat than a nuclear war. Putin likes to rattle his saber, and I got to be careful what I say, but economically, China and the U.S. probably have a higher capability. I think Russia, with their war in Ukraine, knows that they probably can't keep up, so Russia seems to keep developing these nouveau top secret type weapons that try to give them an advantage. But the bottom line is the end game. If we got to a stage where they were doing something like they're talking about in the news yesterday and today in space, we probably got way bigger problems. And we were concerned about Putin using low-yield nuclear weapons on the battlefield, and I think that's a threat too. It's their escalate to de-escalate. So this is just another tool in his box, and it's concerning. I mean, the whole thing is concerning. But is there manipulation going on here? I'm kind of like you. My hunch is yes, because I also get briefed every month on the Ukraine war. And I have, believe it or not, we're at the 2-year anniversary this month of the start of that war. And basically, they're at a stalemate. And so when they throw a number at us from the Senate of $95 billion to fund Ukraine for $60 billion, Israel for $15 billion, Taiwan for $5 billion, and I don't know where they come up with these numbers and how they come up with these numbers, but I know what their needs are militarily and what they cost. We've been giving Ukraine $300 million every year through the NDA since Russia invaded Crimea to help train and so on. It's more expensive now, but to me that number is nowhere near $60 billion. So the taxpayers who are footing this bill need President Biden to go on TV, and I've asked this, and members on both sides of the aisle in these briefings that are regarding the Ukraine war, he needs to go on TV and tell the American people why it's so important that we spend their hard-earned money to support this war in Ukraine. And we've been imploring them to do that for 6 months, because it's hard for me to get on your radio show or come back home and talk to my constituents and tell them why Ukraine is more important than the United States when we're literally being invaded from the northern and southern border. People are dying, drug overdoses, sex trafficking. Everyone's being impacted in every community, and we have all these concerns about everyone else when we can't even save ourselves.
645, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Congressman Scott Desjardins is joining us. A flurry of activity over the last 24 hours in Washington, D.C. Congressman, got to check the roads here in Nashville. Want to come back to you and got a couple more questions for you. But right now, time to check the roads from the WTN Traffic Center. Partly cloudy today, a high of 65, 44 now at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Congressman Scott Desjardins, let me ask you this, because a lot of people, you know, the good news is that people every day are discovering this radio show and this radio station, which is, you know, fabulous. The bad news is sometimes we have to go over some of the same things at different times. And so let me ask you this question. When you go into that skiff, talk about what exactly, because somebody just sent a text to the super text line. What is this skiff that everybody's talking about? I mean, I know what it is, and you know what it is, but, you know, take 30 seconds out and explain to folks what exactly happens when you go into a skiff.
Okay, well, a skiff is just a secure compartment. So I'm sitting in my office talking to you. For all I know, the government's got my office bugged. They're listening in on the phones. In a skiff, it's swept for bugs. There's no communication equipment in there. You leave your phones at the door, Apple Watches. If you take notes, Biden should pay attention to this. You cannot take them from the skiff. You leave all that information in there. They have classified documents that you follow along while whoever is presenting, whether it's intel experts from the DOD, NSA, we have all kinds of different people that present to us, and everything in there is locked down. So in theory, no one can listen, no one can spy, and it's a very secure place that you can talk. And you're not supposed to discuss what you learn in these compartments outside, even with colleagues that are in there. You have to be in a secure location to even have these discussions. So it's the key. The whole idea is to keep the information that's being shared very classified, very secret. So a skiff is literally just a room that is highly secured.
So let's go ahead and talk about what would happen if Vladimir Putin did. And I realize we just spent the last 5-8 minutes talking about how this may be something, a more strategic narrative by Congressman Turner to get money for Ukraine. But all that being said, what would be the ramifications of a Vladimir Putin shooting down one of our satellites or a number of our satellites?
Yeah, and it's more complicated than that, and it's not really something I can go in directly as far as what the nature of this threat is. But pretty much all of the satellites we communicate with. When you drive your car and you're getting, turn left at exit 61, that's bouncing off of satellites that are in low Earth orbit. So there's low Earth orbit, geosynchronous orbit, middle Earth orbit, high Earth orbit. But most of what we use to function day to day is in low Earth orbit. So let's say he has a weapon that could essentially disrupt everything in that orbit. It would really compromise the ability to do day-to-day activities. If you have Starlink, if you have things like that, that all goes away. But more importantly, the military functions a lot off of GPS, and so it wouldn't take you back to the Stone Age, but it would change things to a more conventional type warfare. Let's say World War I trench warfare. We have other means to get around this, but it would make things highly complicated, highly inconvenient. You've heard in open sources about an electromagnetic pulse where they detonate a nuclear weapon, and it takes out our power grids. You can't land aircraft, things like that. Cyber threats, same thing. They can pretty much shut things down. That would be a huge act of war to do something like that, and would invoke a probably proportionate response. So it's not something that he wants to do. To me, it would be a desperation move if he was really backed into the corner. And Putin loves to do that. He likes to say, don't mess with me. I can make everybody's life hell. Well, he'd be making his own life hell and the whole world's life hell. So there's all these weapons out there that are a huge threat.
Right.
And so, that's kind of the way I'm looking at this. And so again, getting back to the theory, was this to try to push people into saying, hey, we need to take this funding of Ukraine seriously. And I'm not saying we don't. Again, constituents have a lot of ill feelings about funding wars in other countries when we have so many issues here at home. And I think that we can walk and chew gum, but before we put that gum in our mouth, we need to take care of our southern border. And I think that's the posture here in the House is, President Trump wanted $6 or $8 billion to secure the border and build the wall in 2019. He was told to go pound sand by the Democrats. And then they have the audacity to send us $95 billion, 10 times that amount, to secure other nations' borders when we all see every day what's happening here at home. So I don't think Republicans are just being stubborn. Let's do things in the proper order. Let's secure our country before we start securing other countries.
Congressman, last question here. Surprisingly, Congressman Mark Green announcing his retirement yesterday afternoon. Very surprising to a lot of us. I don't know. Were you surprised? Do you have any thoughts? Have you spoken to the congressman?
I was surprised. I had a reporter ask me the day before yesterday if I had heard that Mark Green was retiring, and I said I had not. And I went and asked Mark directly, and he said, no, I don't know why they would be saying that. 24 hours later, he announced his retirement. Mark's a friend, and I was concerned that, is something wrong? Is something wrong health-wise? And I texted him last night, and he said, no, he's all good. He just has he feels like he needs to serve in another way. So I don't think we've seen the end of Mark Green. He'll finish out his term this year. He's doing a great job at DHS with what he has to work with, considering Mayorkas and the Biden administration refused to budge on their broken policies. But no, I think Mark's fine, and I'm sure he'll come on and talk to you. I'm not going to speak for what his intentions are, but his health is good, and he's going to hopefully move on to bigger and better things.
Congressman, is he running for governor?
If it's a secret, it's probably the worst kept secret. I think the first time I met Mark 6 years ago or so, he had intention of running for governor. He was considering a run for Senate, and Trump endorsed Haggerty, and Mark was going to focus on some other things. But he and a number of others have indicated that they have an interest in doing that. So if he's going to make that announcement, I'll let him do it. But certainly that rumor has been heavily floated.
Thank you, Congressman. Scott Desjardins, very much appreciate you appearing on Nashville's Morning News.
Thanks for having me on, Dan.
All right. Couldn't really get it out of him that Green was going to run for governor. You think we can get him on, you think we can get Congressman Green to make the big announcement on Nashville's Morning News?
Yeah, let's call him up.
I don't think he's going to be.
Wake him up right now.
I don't think he's going to be open to a phone call from WTN right about now. Nope. Anyway, Scott Desjardins. I always love him being so candid, by the way.
Yeah.
And you see, I knew it. He said the same thing, too.
Yeah.
Everybody's suspicious of Turner, of Congressman Turner, and this manipulation that he is trying to do because, he's jacking with the minds of Americans. I love, by the way, what Marjorie Taylor, I can't do it now. Coming up in the 7 o'clock hour, Marjorie Taylor Greene, you got to give her the tweet of the day, man.
All right.
Because she talks about what the real national security threat is. We'll talk about that. At 6:53, Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news?
Well, we might have a security threat going on in Wilson County right now. Got a lot of police at the West End Station neighborhood on Lebanon Road. Looks like a guy wanted out of Nashville has barricaded himself in a home there. In Kansas City, we're hearing from more of those people who helped tackle one of the 3 alleged gunmen, that is, after the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl parade. You got to hear what former President Trump said in North Charleston, South Carolina last night after Vladimir Putin's opinion on who he would like to see as president of the United States. Coming up at 7 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken. At 6:54, Brentwood Jewelry. Listen, Valentine's Day might be over, but if you shanked it and you totally forgot Valentine's Day, what a great place to go to get that I'm sorry gift. They had great gifts heading into Valentine's Day. And if you totally forgot Valentine's Day, whether you're a guy or a girl, doesn't matter. You need an I'm sorry gift. You need an admitting that you shanked Valentine's Day kind of a gift. Go to Brentwood Jewelry. They've got incredible necklaces for the ladies, men probably as well, earrings, watches, you name it. They've got it at Brentwood Jewelry. They've got, by the way, one of my favorite parts of Brentwood Jewelry, one of my favorite things that they sell is these line of pre-owned Rolexes. And so they've got a great pre-owned Rolexes. They've got the sports look of Oris. No matter the style of your loved one or you, Brentwood Jewelry has the perfect piece to celebrate them this Valentine's Day or for your I'm sorry gift. Check them out online right now. It is BrentwoodJewelry.com. No matter your significant other's taste and style, Brentwood Jewelry has something for every price range and look. And they are located in the heart of Brentwood, 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. Tell them Dan told you to stop by, BrentwoodJewelry.com.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Still monitoring a heavy police presence in a neighborhood in Wilson County. It's where police vehicles are lining the road in the West End Station neighborhood on Lebanon Road. A suspect wanted from Nashville is barricaded. Police are asking everyone there in that neighborhood to stay indoors for now. Meanwhile, in Laverne, police told residents in the Jefferson Pike area yesterday to lock their doors while they looked for 2 to 3 possibly armed suspects dressed all in black. So far, no arrests. And right now in Kansas City, Trey Filter, one of the people hailed as a hero for tackling one of the alleged shooters after the Chiefs' Super Bowl parade.
I could definitely tell that, someone was being chased. Couldn't see much. Heard that get him.
Trey's wife, Casey, tells what went through her head as she grabbed a loaded gun that fell to the ground.
It was heavy. At first, I actually thought it looked like a toy, but then once I picked it up, I quickly realized it definitely was not.
Now, one person died, dozens of others injured. The shooting appears to have been criminal in nature, not terrorism, according to a preliminary investigation. Election 2024, former President Trump in North Charleston, South Carolina last night.
President Putin of Russia has just given me a great compliment, actually. He's just said that he would much rather have Joe Biden as president than Trump. Now, that's a compliment. A lot of people said, oh, gee, that's too bad. No, that's a good thing.
Yeah, Putin yesterday said Biden is, quote, more experienced and more predictable. Later this morning in Nashville, Mayor Freddie O'Connell is to make what his office says will be a major announcement. Channel 4 is speculating it'll be about letting voters decide on a transit referendum. And a local booting company is to answer to the city today for allegedly booting people's cars illegally. Nashville Booting is the company named in a complaint by a man who tells Channel 4 the company was not licensed when his vehicle was booted. And the sign that was posted was not big enough to see.
Didn't see the sign over here because it's not lit. It's not big enough.
Today's hearing with Metros at 12:30. We'll let you know what's decided. And way over our heads, if all goes to plan, a new piece of man-made machinery will touch down on the surface of the moon a week from today. Jim Ryan says that after last month's failure of the Peregrine mission, the Nova C lunar lander is on its way.
A major part of the lander's payload is a NASA project to investigate sources of water on the moon. But why?
One, water is what we need as humans to live. It can also be broken down into hydrogen and oxygen with electricity to create fuel.
Tim Crane is with Intuitive Machines, the builder of the lander. Finding water is key to sending people back to the moon and eventually deeper into space.
Market Numbers Report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Right now, Dow futures up 60, S&P up 10, NASDAQ up 36. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And go, my fellow Americans.
We talk news. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:08 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Johnny B, Ken Weaver here as well. Welcome on in to the Thursday edition of Nashville's Morning News. It's February 15th. And Ken,
Brother Dan Mandis.
took note of your story. Vladimir Putin throwing his considerable weight behind Joe Biden.
Yeah.
I thought that was kind of funny because
Yeah.
you don't see the media out there hyperventilating over the fact that, Biden is Putin's puppet.
Right.
Remember, they always said that, Donald Trump was Putin's puppet. But,
Yeah.
now you don't hear the media screaming about, Vladimir Putin endorsing Joe Biden. But I realize all of this is sort of tongue-in-cheek. He said what?
Yeah, he said that Biden is more experienced and less unpredictable.
Less unpredictable. It's interesting because actually Biden, you never really know which direction he's going to walk.
No.
I mean, so he is one of those guys where he doesn't know how to get off of the stage and so on and so forth.
Yeah, and do we really care about what Putin says?
No, I just find the whole thing interesting.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
We were talking earlier about how Putin should send Joe Biden a crash helmet, with like the Kremlin logo on it.
Yeah.
I think that'd be kind of funny.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. In reality, when you look at Joe Biden and Donald Trump did keep Vladimir Putin, ultimately in line. I mean, you didn't see the kind of thing that we're seeing today.
Mm-hmm.
Putin probably wants us to continue to send all of this money to Ukraine because we are draining our own military and our own economy, and it is putting our political system in shambles. I mean, everybody's fighting with each other. We've got our eyes off of the southern border, at least if you're Democrats. Their eyes are off of the southern border. They are so incredibly obsessed with funding Ukraine. And so Putin is just... he's looking at Biden and he's laughing.
Yeah, well, yeah.
He doesn't want Donald Trump in there because he knows that Donald Trump is a hell of a lot stronger than Joe Biden. So for Vladimir Putin, he probably loves Joe Biden in there because ultimately Biden is going to Roomba his way around the White House and the stage, and Putin is going to keep doing what he's doing, and he's going to continue to weaken America by going after Ukraine.
I just had a mental picture of Biden riding around on a Roomba with a crash helmet on.
With the Kremlin logo on it, with the Russian logo on it.
Yeah.
Love you, Vlad. With some sort of a...
Yeah.
Anyway.
Pulling an air horn, like he's driving a truck.
What did Trump say about all of that? Okay.
You got it now?
I got it now.
That's how my mind works.
What did Donald Trump say last night? You had that audio in the last newscast?
Yeah, here it is.
President Putin of Russia has just given me a great compliment, actually.
Yep.
He's just said that he would much rather have Joe Biden as president than Trump. Now, that's a compliment. A lot of people said, oh, gee, that's too bad. No, that's a good thing.
Yeah. I mean, what have we been saying for years is that Donald Trump's unpredictability is what helped to keep Vladimir Putin in line.
Yeah.
And, you have the media out there, and they're always calling Donald Trump a dictator. He's a strong man. Well, I don't believe that he's a dictator. Joe Biden is the one that executive ordered us into illegal immigration oblivion, right? So that is something that Joe Biden did via executive order.
Mm-hmm.
Donald Trump, though, is a strong leader. And that is exactly what Vladimir Putin fears in America. So, of course, he is endorsing Joe Biden. It's just, I do find it interesting. By the way, some more polling news out there. Ken, have you been reporting this? I don't know if you have or not.
Let's hear it, Brother Dan.
In Michigan, the choice for president, if voting right now, of course, Michigan, one of the most important states out there. It's a battleground state, a swing state. Joe Biden coming in at 45%, and Donald Trump is besting him by 2 at 47%. So that's a big deal. Now, in 2020, you saw Joe Biden take 50.62% of the vote. Donald Trump is at 47.84% of the vote. And so now here we are heading into this election, and Biden is down substantially, like roughly 5%, and Donald Trump is roughly the same. So Biden has gone down, and Donald Trump has remained, again, somewhat healthy there. He was in 2020 47.84%. Donald Trump here during this polling is at 47%. It is Biden who has gone down 5 percentage points. That's a big deal. So, and then in North Carolina, you've got, if the election were held today, Donald Trump would be at 50%. Joe Biden would be at 45%. So, and again, Donald Trump is up a little bit from where he was in 2020. Joe Biden is down 3 percentage points from where he was in 2020. He was in 2020 at 48.59%. Now he is at 45%. So both of these polls from Fox News, so consider the source, but both of these polls show and are consistent with a lot of the other polling out there that shows that Joe Biden is going down, especially in the battleground states. By the way, Marjorie Taylor Greene absolutely buried Joe Biden on this story about a threat to national security. We're going to talk about that straight ahead at 7:15. Time to check the roads from the WTN Traffic Center. Partly cloudy today, a high of 65, 44 degrees now at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Can I just tell you that this was my thought exactly as well when Congressman Mike Turner, tweeted out and put out his statement regarding a threat to national security. She sends this out. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Are we facing a national security threat? It is my duty to be honest with you. Yes, it's real. I went to the briefing today in the skiff. Our president is a dementia patient in charge of our country and the nuclear football, who ripped our border wide open to over 10 million people and counting from over 160 countries around the world, and 2 million of them we never caught. However, an unknown number of those are, in fact, terrorists who want to kill you. See, that was my thought, too. Like, the number one threat to America as far as a national security threat is Joe Biden. And she hits the nail on the head. Whether you want to talk about, I can expand. I can't read her whole thing, but, you could talk about, she touches on 401ks and retirement accounts going down. She talks about the economy and all of these other things. I could talk about, when you talk about, our threat to our national security, I could talk about the threat to our, air quoting, democracy, because what are the Democrats and the media trying to do? They're trying to rip Donald Trump off of the ballot in all of these various states. They're trying to imprison the man. The guy who many Americans, by and large, want to be president of the United States, and Joe Biden wants to put his opponent in jail and take him off of the campaign trail. And so, yeah, that I would say is a threat to our nation. You could talk about how it's a threat to our national security when Joe Biden shanked the pullout of Afghanistan, because that emboldened Russia, it emboldened China, it emboldened our enemies. I could go on and on, but I believe that you get my point. So I've reached out to Congressman Mark Green's people. He's not going to come on, but I think that there are some people who were surprised that he retired yesterday. Other people not so much. And, I think, everybody knows that he wants to run for governor. Not really surprising to me. Mark Green, Congressman Mark Green, he's going to finish out his term in December, and he, I believe, will ultimately be running for governor. Or the only other thing that I can think of is that either Haggerty or Senator Blackburn are going to be tapped for some sort of a role within the Trump campaign or the Trump administration if he actually wins, and then Green would try and, become a senator, right? So that is part of what I thought, or maybe some people are saying he's going to end up being Donald Trump's ultimate running mate. I don't know about that. So I don't really know what's going on. I know that, at least for the congressman, I know that he's obviously had his frustrations with being in Washington, D.C., so we'll have to see what happens there. Here's the other part of all of this. Who's going to replace him? So Megan Barry is running against him for the 7th. So do you really think that the 7th, because people are saying, well, there's going to be a shot in the arm for Megan Barry. You really think that that district without Mark Green is suddenly going to turn liberal or progressive or Democrat? See, I don't think so. I think that if there is putting all of the other cemetery stuff aside, putting all of that aside, putting aside all of the corruption of Megan Barry, because remember, it wasn't about the cemetery, it wasn't about the affair for me, it was about the corruption and to me, misusing of funding, of city funding, of state funding. But here's the point that I will make, is that for that district, which includes, heavy military, you got Clarksville and, Dixon and some of these other counties that are more rural in nature. I just don't believe that this is going to be a situation where former Mayor Megan Barry is going to just, without Mark Green, it is suddenly going to turn a Democrat. I don't believe that that's going to be the case. Mark Green has a Heritage Action score of 93% as a conservative voting record. So there is that. One of the things that I would also say is that in the state legislature, we have a ton of really good Republicans. So that's number one. Number two, we have not had a Democrat in this position holding the seat that Mark Green is holding. There's not been a Democrat in this seat since 1983. You had Don Sundquist held the district from 98 to 95. Ed Bryant from 95 to 2003. He ran for the Senate. Marsha Blackburn was in that seat from 2003 to 2019. Then, she moved up to the Senate. And then Green got the district in 2019, and he is now getting ready to retire. So for Congressman Green, I do believe that he has, bigger political aspirations. We'll have to see what happens. What's next for the district? I personally don't see this as a situation where it's going to turn Democrat. I don't believe so. I've been wrong before. You know whose name crossed my mind is Alice Rowley. Remember Alice Rowley? She lost the mayoral race. She came up a little short, but she could run for this seat. I'm not sure where Alice lives though. You also have Metro Councilwoman Courtney Johnson, and I'm just naming good Republicans that I know. Should I mention Gary Humble? Gary Humble could run for this position. You know who also I thought about? Robbie Starbuck. Robbie Starbuck is out there, and I'm going to say that Robbie's profile has grown massively since he was declared ineligible by the Republicans way back in, it seems like forever ago now, 2022. So we do have a lot of good Republicans. By the way, what are the requirements? To hold the office of Tennessee House of Representatives. Let's see here. Actually, I think I pulled the wrong requirements because that's for the Tennessee State House. So I'll look up the actual requirements to hold federal office coming up in the next segment because I think I pulled the wrong one. But suffice to say, and what I'd be curious about? Of all the names that I threw out, you got Jack Johnson. I don't think Jack Johnson is Senate Majority Leader. I don't think he's interested in it. Cameron Sexton? No, because I think Cameron Sexton is going to also run for governor when Governor Lee is termed out. So, we got a lot of good Republicans out here. You know what I'd like to know from you, though? Who is your favorite Republican? Maybe Brian already did this. I don't know. But you got any suggestions? Who would you like to see run for Congressman Mark Green's soon-to-be vacated seat in the House of Representatives? Who would you like to see? I mentioned Robbie Starbuck, Gary Humble, Alice Rowley, Courtney Johnston. You've got, again, Jack Johnson, Cameron Sexton, and an entire state legislature full of really good Republicans. So I don't know. We got a lot of good people there. You got to get the right one, though, in that position. It is 7:23 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news?
Well, we're still monitoring the heavy police presence in the West End Station neighborhood off Lebanon Road in Lebanon. This is where a man wanted in Nashville is barricaded. And we just learned through 4th District Congressman Scott Desjardins that national security threat cryptically put out by the top Republican on the Intelligence Committee has been around for about a week now. That's coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken. 7:24 Nashville's Morning News. By the way, submit your favorite name to run for Mark Green's seat. 615-737-9986. I am genuinely curious as to who you would like to see run for that seat. You know, these moderate temperatures not going to last long. Are you confident that your HVAC system is working at peak efficiency for maximum comfort? Enter my friends at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Now, I am a Beehive member from Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, and you should be as well. Now, they can customize a maintenance plan just for you, but you've got to call them to get started. Now, remember, your HVAC system, it is like your car. It needs to be maintained, and they can help you do just that. They do give you those 3 maintenance services a year from Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling when you are a Beehive member. I've been working with these folks for a long time now. They do great work for me, and I trust that they are going to treat you right. Call them at 615-775-7833, online at busybeehvac.com.
7:30 on the dot this Thursday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Still monitoring a heavy police presence in a neighborhood in Wilson County. This is West End Station neighborhood on Lebanon Road. A suspect wanted in Nashville is barricaded in a home there. Police asking everyone in that neighborhood to stay indoors for now. Meanwhile, in Laverne yesterday, police were looking for 2 to 3 possibly armed suspects dressed all in black. They told folks living in the Jefferson Pike area to lock their doors. So far, no arrests. And this morning, Tennessee 4th District Congressman Scott Desjardins telling WTN's Nashville's Morning News he's known for a week what's in the national security threat. House Intelligence Committee Chair Mike Turner cryptically announced it yesterday.
I'm not exactly sure why Representative Turner made the move that he did. I'd say it's highly unusual. And, is there an ulterior motive because of Ukraine funding? I'm yet to decide that, but it honestly wouldn't surprise me.
Now, sources say the matter involves Russia's desire to put a nuclear weapon in space to take out satellites. Election 2024, former President Trump at a rally in Charleston, South Carolina last night, repeating what he said about NATO members not paying their fair share.
One of the heads of the country stood up and said, does that mean that if we don't pay the bills, that you're not going to protect us? I said, that's exactly what it means, exactly. I'm not going to protect you.
And then there is this.
Russian President Vladimir Putin telling a Moscow television program that he will work with any American leader, but that he would prefer Joe Biden win the next election, saying the current president is the more predictable, experienced politician. Mr. Putin also complained about his interview with former Fox News host Tucker Carlson, saying that he expected tougher questions.
Now, Trump says Putin's unofficial endorsement of Biden is a good thing. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. 732, Nashville's Morning News. Get the speed you need at a great price with Xfinity Internet. Now, you know what's going on in my house. With all three of us working in our computers, doing homework or radio shows, we depend on Xfinity Internet in my house, and you can too. You can get up to 5 times faster upload speeds for smoother connections on the largest gig speed network from Xfinity. And Xfinity's gig speed internet is available to 99% of their footprint. In other words, it is fast, it is reliable, and pretty much everywhere. And you can enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box. And you can stay connected on the go with over 20 million secure Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots nationwide. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Actual speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds, not available in all areas. Performance may be limited by customers' device configuration. Hey friends, Dan Mandis here. With an election year, a lot of people are wondering what's going to happen in the stock market. So I want to tell you about a new workshop by my investment coach, Paul Winkler. It's called Politics and Portfolios, How to Invest During Election Season. And you can register right now at paulwinkler.com/election. Now, as an actual client of Paul Winkler's, I'm required to tell you that I'm paid for these commercials, but I wouldn't be doing them if I didn't believe in Paul Winkler's services and coaching. Now, if you listen to enough talking heads, you're going to hear conflicting stories. Should you be looking to hold out of the market right now and wait, or should you be looking to buy? What will happen if Biden wins? What's going to happen if Donald Trump wins? Listen, in this workshop, Paul is going to walk you through the historical data and look at the facts, and you might be surprised by some of those conclusions. It all happens online February 23rd at 12 p.m. And don't worry, because if you can't make it live, they'll send you a link so that you can watch the replay. It's times like these where investors need to understand history. You need to understand history. So this workshop is timely. Register online, paulwinkler.com/election. That's paulwinkler.com/election. Tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out. My turn now. 7:39, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, so congratulations, Ken, Johnny, Pamela Furr, if you're listening. Matt Murphy, if you're listening. We all, according to WTN Nation, should run for Mark Green's seat.
All of us.
Oh, well, yeah.
I'd vote for Brother Johnny B.
I'd vote for Johnny. Johnny's like, yeah, no.
Yeah,
no,
but
you don't want to do that.
But he doesn't live in the 7th district, and that's the problem. Johnny and Glenn are going to have to move.
Qualifications to hold the office of the United States Representative. This is from the Secretary of State's office. A person must be at least 25 years of age and a citizen of the United States for 7 years, and shall have been a citizen of this state for 3 years, and resident in the county represented 1 year immediately preceding the election.
Oh, well.
So I threw a bunch of names out there. And again, I'm going to say it one more time. I don't know who lives where. By the way, the district for Mark Green, I mentioned this before, Clarksville, Williamson County, Brentwood, Franklin, got Dixon, Cheatham, Hickman, Montgomery, parts of Davidson County. Like, I couldn't do it because I live in Wilson County.
No, you couldn't do that, Brother Dan.
And
I couldn't either. I live in Rutherford County.
I would move back to Williamson County, with all due respect to Williamson County people. I would move back to Williamson County to save my life.
Yeah.
And that's where I live.
I love Wilson County. One of the best places ever.
Yeah, Fritz is pretty happy there in Murfreesboro, too, so we're not going anywhere.
All right. How about you, Johnny?
After yesterday, I'd be willing to leave Williamson County.
Would you?
Yeah. When they block the road where I can't get home for an hour. Thanks, boys.
Dude, just tell him, look, I'm Johnny B. This little tree thing can wait.
Have you ever talked to one of them gentlemen? One of those gentlemen, I should say. We're going to be here, but it could be 20 minutes. It may be an hour, though. We got to cut the trees down, then we got to move them.
That's like going to the doctor's office.
Yeah.
Like, it could be 20 minutes, it could be 2 hours. You just don't know.
You go to the doctor's office in Middle Tennessee, it's going to be at least an hour and 15 minutes.
Randy says you need to start a house search for Johnny to live in Mark Green's district.
See? Everybody wants Brother Johnny B.
8726, Pamela Furr. Let's see here. Got several for yours truly.
Ken Weaver.
Nope. Yeah, not going to do it. Fritz is happy in Rutherford County.
Weaver.
Fritz won't let me.
Jody Barrett. Representative Brian Terry. Mark Pody. Nice try, 6437.
Mark can't. Mark Pody can't. He's in Lebanon.
Okay. You know what 6437 says?
What's that?
Bend over.
No, that's us.
1706, Robbie Starbuck.
Yeah.
Where's Mr. Starbuck reside?
He's in Williamson County somewheres. I think he's in Franklin.
So he's in my county, eh?
Interesting.
And let's see, Alice Rowley, Robbie Starbuck. Manny Sethi was another one.
Yeah.
Carol Swain.
That would be good.
Morgan Ortegas. I actually had her name written down, and for whatever, where did she actually move to Tennessee?
Supposed to.
Remember that whole thing? I think the Morgan Ortegas thing is done.
Well, I mean,
when they were like, what highway runs? I forget exactly what happened.
She could name one interstate.
Right.
Because, they can't do that when they're riding in the back of the limo.
But that was a couple years ago.
Yeah, that was years ago.
Yeah, I'm sure she knows the interstates now.
I'm sure she knows the interstates now. Megan Barry, she's already running, folks.
Yeah, she's running.
Oh, you know what? Dr. Omar Hamada. He's really good. If you don't know who he is, he's I've interviewed him, and he's a good guy, good conservative. Des Dickerson.
Yay,
baby. Yeah.
9901. Des Dickerson. Candace Owens, another one. Thank you.
What about John Rich?
John Rich. You know what? People.
Trace Adkins.
Are you guys looking at the super text line?
I can't see. I never can see.
Johnny, be careful because people are trying to trick us.
Oh, I know. Well,
so I'm gonna. You know what? This is why we can't have nice things.
No.
Because people try to get me to, read things that are inappropriate on the air.
Right. They're trying to
kind of like candidate bend over.
Yes, exactly. The only reason I did that is because that's such a stupid joke.
Yeah, it is. An old one, too.
But the other ones that are up there, and you know that I would be the guy that would do that.
Yeah.
You know that would be me.
Come on, do one, Dan.
No, I can't because they're all dirty.
Rats.
Brian Wilson.
Hi, Brother Brian Wilson.
Sure.
No, he's not going to leave stately Wilson Manor there in Watertown.
Jim Nance lives in West Nashville, 0398. We talked about that earlier.
What about Tony Romo? He's Jim Nance's good buddy.
Tony Romo doesn't live here at all, does he?
Oh, he doesn't?
No.
Oh, well, never mind.
Brad Whitford? The bass player for...
The guitar
drummer
player.
for...
Guitar player for Aerosmith.
For Aerosmith.
Okay. All right.
Does he live here?
Hey, I know who. Mick
Probably.
Mars.
Yeah, Mick Mars.
Let's get him in.
Now we're just getting dumb.
Oh, he'd scare people.
Well, that's what they need in Washington, D.C.
Exactly.
They need to be terrified.
Exactly. And what better person to do it than Mick?
And not in a you've crossed the Clintons kind of way.
No.
No,
this is when they'll come in and go, I better do what he says.
Mm-hmm.
He scares me.
Kid Rock is another one.
That'd be all right.
Who was that guy that did the hokey commercials when he was running for the 5th?
That was Brigadier General.
What was his name?
Gosh,
good grief.
Westmoreland?
Yeah.
Westmoreland?
Something like that. I can't remember his name.
People are, they're so coming in fast, but I saw that somebody mentioned the Brigadier General as well.
I really liked that guy when I met him. I didn't like his commercials, but I liked him.
His commercials were silly.
Well, he didn't say anything.
By the way, Becky has lost all credibility with me. I love you, Becky. Headless Bell.
Well, once again.
You know what? Bell couldn't do it because he'd have to have his picture taken. All right, we got to go. 7:46. Time to check the roads from the WTN Traffic Center. $746, partly cloudy today, and a high of 65, and right now 45 at Super Talk 99.7. Kurt Winstead. Some people have mentioned Kurt Winstead.
Boy, I was way off. Sorry, Kurt.
I really hope that he uses a different, marketing company or whoever those people are that do the commercials.
Well, yeah, tell us where you stand, not what your past was.
That's exactly right. Moving right along, have you guys been keeping up with all of this whole thing with Corinne Jean-Pierre and John Kirby? I actually find this really funny, but I don't know how relevant it is. So John Kirby is now, I guess, some sort of an assistant to the president. And people are now upset because Cringe Jean-Pierre is being upstaged by a white man. Seriously, there's a whole big article in the New York Times, and this is how they presented it on Fox News.
Some Biden officials feel like his presence could be perceived as an insult to his colleague because of her race and gender. The New York Times writes, quote, "The White House attributes Mr. Kirby's larger role to the flurry of international news. The perception in Washington," they write, "is that President Biden has allowed Mr. Kirby, who is white, to upstage a black woman as the face of his White House. And it has turned their double act into a third-rail subject."
You know, here's the thing, is that anyone who's ever watched those press conferences knows how clueless Cringe Jean-Pierre is. I mean, it's become sport in the world of talk show hosts to, you know, go find her latest viral verbal shank. And so it's not racist to put John Kirby over Cringe Jean-Pierre. It just makes all the sense in the world. She's just not very good. And that's not racist. That's not anti-gay. It's not anti-female. It's just a fact. And part of this panel was Kayleigh McEnany, who, of course, used to be the press secretary for Donald Trump. And she did have, as she always does, by the way, she had a very interesting perspective on all of this.
This is an absolutely brutal piece. It says she has a co-host at the briefings who evinces a clarity and comfort that can sometimes elude Miss Cringe Jean-Pierre.
Yeah. Remember that big book of lies we used to talk about when she'd come out there with that big 3-ring binder and somebody would ask her, you know, like, hey, how's the weather? And she'd go flipping through the book. So, number one, she's not prepared. Number two, they talk about how much better John Kirby, frankly, just is at the job on this panel on Fox News. You know, he's had more life experience than KJP. He was in the military. You look at his resume. I actually looked this up this morning. John Kirby's resume in the Navy, where he was a public affairs officer. He was an instructor in the Naval Academy. He actually held multiple public affairs positions. He was the Pentagon's press secretary as well. He's got all kinds of awards in the Navy. So, you know, no offense to Cringe Jean-Pierre on this sort of point, but he's just got a lot more experience than she does. He's got an incredible resume and just a lot more depth of knowledge. It's a lot deeper than Cringe Jean-Pierre. And I do find John Kirby ridiculous, and I disagree with him on just about everything, but he lies so much better than Cringe Jean-Pierre.
And I've got a feel for her. I can't imagine walking into the West Wing today wondering which of my colleagues around me went to the president and said she's not able to do this job. That's really tough. But what I think is even tougher, if this is true, Biden apparently said this to her. And it's a quote, according to two people with direct knowledge. "Don't worry about being nervous." I'm paraphrasing that quote. "You'll have an admiral looking over your shoulder." They said it was meant in an affable way. The White House denies it was said.
Yeah, so, I mean, she's on the hot seat. It's got to be tough for her to go to work. But here's the deal, friends. She put herself in this position. And the bottom line is, in a lot of the things that she did, she's one of those people that used to work in the Obama administration, or at least the Obama camp. And so she was installed into her position. But you look at her resume. I just read you John Kirby's resume. Her resume, Southeast Regional Political Director for Obama's first campaign, National Director for Battleground States for his reelection campaign. She was with MoveOn.org and did some political analysis for MSNBC. That must have been deep. Bottom line is, you know, she was an activist. She wasn't ready for questions being hurled her way, and that's what's going on. But here's the problem that she has is that she is in a difficult position because she doesn't have the ability to defend the indefensible, which is, of course, the Biden administration. So there's just, you know, on the overall scheme of things, this is not a big deal story, which is why, you know, I'm barely covering it. But it is interesting because, you know, this is kind of like the circular firing squad. And it is clear that amongst the liberals and the progressives, there is a circular firing squad, but Joe Biden seems to be right in the middle. I mean, whether it's the Washington Post, the New York Times, you name the issue. Joe Biden is being fired upon by the left these days, and they really are hitting the target politically. And so we'll keep you updated on that story. 7:52, Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news?
Well, Tennessee District 4th Congressman Scott Desjardins says he's puzzled as to why House Intelligence Committee fellow Republican Mike Turner put out that national security threat yesterday about what Russia may or may not be trying to do in space. So hear from him. And we're still monitoring the police activity in Lebanon. All of this and more coming up at 8 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much. At 7:53 on Nashville's Morning News, Dan Mandis here. I've been telling you about Stoltz Co. and their incredible pole barns for a long time, and the fact that you can put them anywhere and they can function as anything. Now, go to their website. It is stoltzco.com and take a look for yourself at their amazing construction. Now, a pole barn from Stoltz Co., you can build one for your vehicles. You can build one for your horses if you need an equestrian building. You can even build one as an event space or a house. We call them barn dominiums. The bottom line is a pole barn from Stoltz Co. can function as anything. They are flexible, and Stoltz Co. is among the elite in pole barn construction here in Middle Tennessee. So what I'd like you to do is check them out online or on their Instagram and Facebook accounts. You can simply call them for an estimate, by the way. 615-622-5991 for Stoltz Co. You're not going to be disappointed. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. It is stoltzco.com.
8 o'clock on the dot this Thursday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Heavy police presence in a Lebanon neighborhood this morning. This is going to be the West End Station neighborhood on Lebanon Road. We're told that a suspect wanted from Nashville is barricaded in a home there. Police are asking everyone in that neighborhood to stay indoors for now. Meanwhile, in Laverne, police were telling people in the Jefferson Pike area yesterday to lock their doors as they look for 2 to 3 possibly armed suspects dressed all in black. So far, no arrests. And in Kansas City, Paul Contreras is being held one of the heroes for tackling one of the 3 people allegedly firing guns after the Chiefs Super Bowl parade.
I didn't think about it. It was just a reaction. I didn't hesitate. It was just do it. So I went to go tackle him, and another gentleman did the same thing. And as I'm tackling him, I see his weapon either fall out of his hand or out of his sleeve because he was wearing a long jacket.
Now, one person died. Dozens of others were injured. The shooting appears to have been criminal in nature, not terrorism, according to police. Tennessee 4th District Congressman Scott Desjardins telling WTN's Nashville's Morning News today he was briefed last week on that national security threat. Fellow Republican Mike Turner put out yesterday. He's puzzled as to why Turner did it.
It's concerning. I mean, the whole thing is concerning, but is there manipulation going on here? My hunch is yes, because I also get briefed every month on the Ukraine war.
Yeah, some speculate Turner is trying to scare up more support for funding Ukraine. This threat apparently had something to do with Russia wanting to put nukes in space to take out communication satellites. Election 2024, former President Trump in North Charleston, South Carolina last night.
President Putin of Russia has just given me a great compliment, actually. He's just said that he would much rather have Joe Biden as president than Trump. Now, that's a compliment. A lot of people said, oh, gee, that's too bad. No, that's a good thing.
Yeah, Putin yesterday said Biden is more experienced and more predictable. And after a technical glitch prompted a one-day delay, SpaceX tried again this morning to get a lunar lander off the launch pad at Cape Canaveral. And this time, Jim Ryan says it worked.
Within minutes, the robotic lunar lander known as Nova C Odysseus was operating under its own power on a trajectory to the moon. Because the moon has 1/6 the gravity of Earth and no atmosphere,
It's a much easier place to launch deeper into the solar system.
Tim Crane is Chief Technology Officer at Nova C's builder, Intuitive Machines.
It really is the launching pad into human exploration out into deep space.
Nova C is set to land on the moon a week from today.
All right, we'll be looking forward to that. Dow futures right now up 67, S&P up 6, NASDAQ up 18 ahead of the opening bell on Wall Street, and that's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
806, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Thanks for listening to Nashville's Morning News, along with Johnny B, Ken Weaver, Dan Mandis here indeed. I want to welcome on into the program John Venable, JV, they call him. John, thank you for joining us. You write for all things space for the Heritage Foundation and a 26-year F-16 pilot. Man, I bet you have some stories to tell.
Dan, it's great to be with you and the people of Nashville, and I've got one or two.
I bet you do. Well, someday we'll have you on to tell those. But I want to talk about, of course, you know the story that everyone's been talking about. Congressman Mike Turner comes out and he says that he wants President Joe Biden to declassify this, very serious national security threat. And it turns out, according to at least a lot of the reporting this morning, that threat is Vladimir Putin threatening to send nukes into space to knock out our satellites. Now, I'm putting all of the political games that are being played aside right now. I do want to talk about the specific aspect of Vladimir Putin. He's had this technology for a long time, has he not?
Yeah, Dan, it's an interesting time. We've got a bunch of threats we're facing, on our southern border economically, China and Russia. And Russia has had a nuclear arm for a long time. We've known that since the 50s. And what they have always possessed since that time is the ICBM capability. Intercontinental ballistic missiles. It sounds like, something that everybody understands, but the MIRV concept, the multiple reentry vehicle, that idea of dropping small munitions or nuclear munitions one at a time across a wide area is what that MIRV process is about. So they've had this ability to actually engage in a FOBS kind of concept or nuclear delivery concept from space for a long time. But it's multifaceted, and I don't know if you want to go down that path or not. That's your option, Dan.
Well, let me ask you. We don't have a lot of time, but I do find all this fascinating. But one of the parts of the story is that he was going to send nukes up. How big of a difference is there between like a nuclear weapon going into space and taking out satellites and just like a non-nuclear weapon?
Yeah, so it's very different in the sense of the treaties. Our treaties in space involve nuclear weapons. They don't involve high energy weapons or classic explosive munitions. They involve nuclear munitions, and so him going and placing munitions in space, nuclear munitions in space, would be a violation of a treaty that we've signed up to along with the Russians. And so it's something that is a factor, but it's a real world right now, and kind of all bets are off with regard to what people are willing to do and what these dictators are willing to do. We just have to move to prepare ourselves and to counter it at the very least.
John Venable joins us, writes on all things space for the Heritage Foundation. So I guess part of my question would then be, this has always been a threat. Is there something based on what you know? Is there something imminent that triggered Representative Warner or Turner?
So the revelations that our intelligence apparatus come up with, how they divulge it, and the timing of that is very interesting, I would say. You could go into several classified programs and presidents releasing information on that at critical times to gain them popularity or move the ball politically. And so you have to wonder why this is taking place right now. We know China put a FOBS in space, a fractional orbital delivery system at least, several years ago, 2 years ago, and we missed it, right? We missed it, and we actually found out about it several weeks, if not months, after it took place. So this ability to do this has been around for a while. It's not a surprise that they can do it. The idea that they are actually moving to do it might be new information that the intelligence community and Jake Sullivan is willing to release now. But again, you have to look at that with a jaundiced eye. In my personal assessment, this is not an imminent threat. It's something that we need to move on so that when it does become a threat, we can actually counter it.
Let me ask you this. How vulnerable are we to such an attack? Because, you know, if China can do it and Russia can do it and some of these other nations as well, I can talk about EMPs as well. How vulnerable are we to these kinds of attacks, imminent or otherwise?
I think the world is vulnerable to it, but the United States relies on space more than any other nation. And if you were to shut down space, if you were actually to take out our assets in space, banking, of all things, banking would shut down. Timing for trains, the timing of light signals in certain cities, all of those things go away, and so what you inflict is chaos. And it takes a while to recover from chaos. Several days is not the number. Several weeks, if not months, is the number, and that's what the problem is. Dan, there's an experiment we did a long time ago when we were actually doing atmospheric experiments with nuclear weapons. It was called Starfish Prime. Back in the 60s, we detonated a weapon in the very upper atmosphere, and we were looking to see what the effects of that were. And what we were surprised to find is three different things. One, we shut down light signals in Hawaii, about 800 miles away from the detonation of this in the upper atmosphere. We weren't expecting that. That was a huge incident. But then we started seeing cascading effects happen in space to where systems were going offline that were on orbit. And so the idea that we are vulnerable to this, everyone's vulnerable, but the United States is particularly vulnerable to a nation that would be willing to shut down space. It would hurt us all, but it would hurt the United States more than anybody else.
And that's because we rely so heavily on technology, and we are, incredibly advanced from a technological standpoint. Is there anything that we can do at this point, speaking of our vulnerability, what can we do to protect ourselves as a nation? And is Joe Biden doing it?
So the answer is no, Joe Biden is not doing that. You're going to have to get a new administration to do this, but it goes across the spectrum. It goes across the services, how the service chiefs view this. We have not diversified our portfolio of assets. As a matter of fact, we can continue to consolidate them and rely more and more heavily on space. You may have heard of the J8, which is JSTAR's platform. It's the ability to map and see where moving vehicles are on the battlefield. Well, we just cashed all those in. We just retired them, betting on the fact that the United States will have some kind of space radar capability that will eventually map it. We don't have that capability. Our intel collection, our satellite imagery, we rely on that bell, book, and candle. There is really nothing that we can do to compete with that. And so in order to actually minimize that threat, you're going to have to diversify the portfolio. And of all people, Elon Musk is helping us with that inadvertently. His array of satellites is actually going to allow us to diversify our portfolio using commercial assets. And that is our one inroads right now, and we've got to continue to propagate that.
8:15, Nashville's Morning News. John Venable is joining us from the Heritage Foundation, talks about space and so many other things. I've got a couple more questions for you, John. If you could hold on right now, they've got to check the roads here in Nashville. On WTN, time to check the roads from the traffic center. $8:16, partly cloudy today and a high of 65. Right now, 47 at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. John, let me ask you this. So if is Vladimir Putin scared of us?
The answer is no, he's not. He understands power, and he understands that Joe Biden is feckless. Not only is he not completely conscious, he is also compromised. In one way or another, he's unwilling to move. The same thing is true with his national security apparatus. Our Secretary of Defense is in the hospital right now. Jake Sullivan is basically a boy wonder who is inept on the global stage. So Vladimir Putin understands that. Xi in China understands that. And they broker in hard power. The United States has to come back to terms with that. You bring Donald Trump back into office, and it will suddenly quell those movements because Trump understands power as well. Whoever moves into the White House next has got to take the reins and regain control of the world. And once they do, the world will settle down and our issues will start to quell.
Yeah, I mean, Trump came up with a Space Force, right? I mean, there were a lot of people that mocked him for that, but, I mean, clearly he saw that this is a threat.
He absolutely did, but it's not just space, it's across the portfolio. He was the CEO who could actually handle multiple issues on multiple fronts. Our economy, the southern border, dealings with China, dealings with the Middle East, the Abraham Accords, you name it. That administration had it in spades. This administration can't handle one issue well. As a matter of fact, it's handling them all poorly.
And we'll leave it right there. You're right. Absolutely. John, thank you very much for joining us here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So true. Are you on Twitter? Can people find you on Twitter?
You sure can. JV Venable, at JV Venable on Twitter. And I would love as many Nashville folks to come and join me there. And I love the dialogue.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll have you on again and very much appreciated. 8-19 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Yeah. I mean, he's right. I mean, there's nothing that he's saying that is really a surprise. We know that Joe Biden is feckless. I was saying earlier, and people, maybe they've missed the first couple of hours of the radio broadcast, but what Mike Turner did, I think that he is very much wanting to manipulate the situation so that he can get the okay for funding for Ukraine. Because to me, that's what's actually going on, is he has been demanding funding for Ukraine. What better way to get that funding than to try to manipulate the situation and pressure Speaker of the House Mike Johnson by telling the world that there is a serious national security threat, and it's Vladimir Putin. Well, we've got to fund Ukraine because, Putin is doing what he's doing. So, my Lord, we've got to beat him. We've got to fund Ukraine and give Ukraine $60 billion. You see the manipulation that is being played. And if that's true, if Congressman Mike Turner really is trying to manipulate the situation by trying to scare the living hell out of well-meaning Americans who maybe aren't, nearly as politically aware as others, shame on him. Because what he is doing is he is manipulating America. He is trying to manipulate the House of Representatives to get a policy initiative passed. And he's doing it by emotionally screwing with the American people. Now, when this whole thing came out, I almost immediately thought, all right, so what am I missing here? Because you'll recall when FBI Director Christopher Wray, he came out, remember that day? And all across the media, there were all these stories about how he had come out and he had been warning Americans about all of the dire threats that were out there. And it turns out that, he wanted to continue on with, the spying on Americans. And so whenever I hear these things, I'm always sitting here thinking, okay, well, what's the real story here? And what is it that they're really looking for? And in the case of Mike Turner, he's been demanding funding for Ukraine. And some of you folks brought up a great point, which is, well, if we're continuing to fund Ukraine, then wouldn't that actually piss off Vladimir Putin? No. because Vladimir Putin is enjoying watching America destroy our economy and tap our military and cause all of this chaos. That is exactly what is going on. So for me, I think Turner is trying to manipulate the situation. And please understand, I fully do understand and agree that Vladimir Putin is a threat. But the little stunt that Turner pulled yesterday, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on this. Maybe I'm wrong. But I don't know. To me, I think he's trying to manipulate the situation. He's trying to scare the hell out of the American people. And he's trying to force Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, to bring the Senate's version of security to the floor on the House side so that Ukraine can get their $60 billion because it's a total of, what, 93, 94, 95 billion dollars. Bottom line, though, here is that Johnson has said, I'm not going to bring this legislation to the floor on the House of Representatives. And there are some, like Mike Turner, who have been critical of the Speaker of the House for that. All right, got to go. It is 8:22. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news at 8:30?
Well, Tennessee Congressman Scott Desjardins gets national security briefings on a regular basis, and he got what Turner put out last week. He tells us he's puzzled as to why Turner did it. We'll let you hear more of what the congressman told us coming up here at 8:30. Also update you on the police activity there off Lebanon Road in Lebanon in that particular neighborhood. All this and more at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, thank you, Ken, at 8:23 on Nashville's Morning News. We had zero res out to the house yesterday, so Bandit is no longer allowed to have accidents.
Little fella.
We have a nice, clean carpet. Do they have diapers for dogs?
Yes, they do.
Do they really?
Yeah. I can sell you some.
Are you being
tell you
serious?
what,
Are you being serious?
Yeah, I'll throw in the bobby pins for free. They look just like old washcloths.
I was going to say you're gonna sell me like an old washcloth or a hand towel or something.
Dan, I'll give you the bobby pins for free.
Thank you, Ken, but I don't trust myself with a bobby pin, so thank you though.
All right, well, you just let me know.
But anyway, yeah, Bandit, and thankfully he has started to recover from whatever little bug he had going on in his stomach. So all seems to be well with Bandit now, and all seems to be well with my carpet, thanks to Zero Res. Again, they came out yesterday. They did a great job. They were on time. The guy cleaning the carpet was great as well. No issues whatsoever with Zero Res. Now, I also took advantage of that great deal. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for only $119. And yes, you get a free hallway. I got that free hallway, by the way. Plus $50 off of air duct cleaning as well. Now, this is the company you need to go through if you need your carpet cleaned. Zero Res. Remember that with cold and flu season here, those germs are actually living in your carpet. So the best thing that you can do to stay healthy is to have your carpets cleaned the Zero Res way. So call them right now, 615-535-9376. And don't forget that great deal. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for only $119. And yes, you get a free hallway too, plus $50 off of air duct cleaning. Call them, 615-535-9376. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Give them my highest personal recommendation. You can find them online at ZeroResNashville.com. Zero Res, spell it backwards or forwards. It is the right way to clean. You know, when it comes to weight loss, Awaken 180 is among the absolute best weight loss companies in America. And I should know because I've been on a lot of programs. Now, Awaken 180 helped me, Belle, and Pamela lose a ton of weight. And they're going to help you as well. But if you're not 100% satisfied with your results in the first week, they're going to give you a full refund, actually. A full refund. So if you sign up with Awaken 180 and you start going through the program, and after a week you're like, yeah, this isn't for me, they will give you your money back. No questions asked. There's no catch. So if you're not happy after a week, you get your money back. Now, this is the Awaken 180 policy because they know that you are going to succeed like we did and thousands of others did as well. Awaken 180 has a 98% satisfaction rating from their clients. Not many companies can boast that, but Awaken 180 can. So check them out online. It is awaken180weightloss.com. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Awaken180weightloss.com.
8:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Right now, looking at some breaking news out of East Tennessee. Channel 4 says a deputy has gone missing after transporting a suspect. The last word dispatch says they heard from the deputy was water. This is Deputy Robert R.J. Leonard of Meigs County. He went missing 10 minutes after telling dispatch he was bringing a suspect to jail. And we're monitoring a heavy police presence in a neighborhood in Wilson County. This is the West End Station neighborhood on Lebanon Road. We're told that a suspect wanted out of Nashville is barricaded in a home there. Police asking everyone in that neighborhood to stay indoors for now. Tennessee, 4th District Congressman Scott Desjardins gets national security briefings on a regular basis. He tells WTN's Nashville's Morning News today he's puzzled as to why fellow Republican Mike Turner, who runs the House Intelligence Committee, cryptically urged the Biden administration yesterday to declassify intelligence about what he only described as a national security threat.
It's concerning. I mean, the whole thing is concerning, but is there manipulation going on here? I'm kind of like you. My hunch is yes, because I also get briefed every month on the Ukraine war. And I have, believe it or not, we're at the 2-year anniversary this month of the.
Now, there are some that are speculating Turner, who is in favor of funding Ukraine, is trying to scare up more support for it. Sources are telling ABC News the U.S. believes Russia is working on plans to position a nuclear weapon in space, which would be a blatant violation of multiple international agreements. Way over our heads, if all goes to plan, a new piece of man-made machinery will touch down on the surface of the moon a week from today. Jim Ryan says that after last month's failure of the Peregrine mission, the Nova C lunar lander is on its way.
A major part of the lander's payload is a NASA project to investigate sources of water on the moon. But why?
One, water is what we need as humans to live. It can also be broken down into hydrogen and oxygen with electricity to create fuel.
Tim Crane is with Intuitive Machines, the builder of the lander. Finding water is key to sending people back to the moon and eventually deeper into space.
Okay, we are 3 minutes into the new trading day. Right now, the Dow is up 60, S&P up 7, NASDAQ up 15. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. 8:33 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Guys, coming up during the Gang of Four Amigos, a race faker update. Remember Rachel Dolezal?
Oh, yeah.
Remember her?
Yeah. What's she up to?
Chris Hand brought a hand grenade. And he's going to pull the pin coming up in just a few minutes. You like that? All right, good. Moving on. 8:34 on Nashville's Morning News. The Kellum Stem Cell Institute. Listen, so many of us deal with issues like concussions and sports injuries, cognitive heart failure, lung issues, asthma, arthritis. Well, the Kellum Stem Cell Institute can help you with a lot of these conditions. Listen, Dr. Ethan Kellum specializes in the harvesting of and then redeploying of your own stem cells to attack inflammation in your body to help it heal. Now, this is your body providing your cells and your solutions. And Dr. Ethan Kellum can help you today. Now, he is an official doctor for the Tennessee Titans. He can be your doctor as well, and they do now accept Care Credit. So if you suffer from any of these issues, Check him out online. It is the KellumStemCellInstitute.com, KELLUM, KellumStemCellInstitute.com. Call them. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-850-4415, 615-850-4415. Call today for your free consultation. Your body, your cells, your solution. .839 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time for the Gang of Four Amigos. Chris Hand about to pull the pin off that hand grenade.
Oh, yeah.
See, I like that. And that was just like right off the top of my head.
I think it's one of the best things you've come up with, Dan.
Is it? You want to talk into the microphone? That'd be great.
Thanks.
Ken's here. Johnny's here. Good morning, gentlemen. It's been one of those kind of days.
Good morning, boys.
Guten Morgen.
So, what was that?
Guten Morgen.
Good morning.
Yeah. I just get tired of saying it the same way every day. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. It is fabulous.
Rachel Dolezal is in the news. Now, if you folks forgot who Rachel Dolezal was, she was in, was it Seattle or Portland? She was Northwest somewhere. And she was, if I remember right, she was a local chapter leader of the NAACP.
Of course.
Turns out she was white. And I don't remember how she made herself black. But I mean, the story escapes me about how exactly she did it.
I think she was just extensively tanning.
Is that what she was like? Extreme tanning?
Yeah.
And got a fro.
And
she got a fro.
She had the fro.
I've always kind of wondered what happened to Rachel Dolezal.
Well, she dropped off the map and she changed her name in 2017 after all the NAACP stuff came out.
Yeah.
So she changed her name after that NCAAP. What is it?
NAACP.
NAACP. Jeez. After all that stuff came out that she wasn't actually black.
Yeah.
And she got a teaching job in Tucson, Arizona.
Okay.
And she changed her name to Nechi Diallo.
Nechi Diallo?
Yep. So
Well, that's catchy.
There's some penicillin that'll clear that up.
Well, she just got fired from her job.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, so she's working in public. This is who they hire in public schools, right?
Yeah.
I'm transracial. So where can we can we fit you in? This is amazing. You check so many boxes.
Yep.
Well, she was fired because the Arizona school district that she was in, known as the Catalina Foothills School District, found out that she has a OnlyFans account.
Really?
Times are tough for the transracial in the Biden economy.
Wow.
So they fired her not because she at one time faked her race. By the way, is she like, you know what I'd be interested in knowing is that when on her OnlyFans page, which I've never been on, but do you have to describe yourself as like a white or black? Like what was she describing herself as? Because that name just, oozes I'm black.
Her name on the account is Rachel Dolezal.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
But, I mean, listen, times are tough. The public disclosures at the public school said that she was making $19 an hour.
Okay, can I just be honest? If people would pay money to, look at me on OnlyFans, I can safely say this because no one would ever pay to look at me on OnlyFans.
You won't know until you try it, Dan.
I ain't doing it.
Not gonna do it.
As you're saying, if they would pay me, I might be talked into it. I said, well, try. And the man says no.
No.
There's nobody that would pay that.
Oh, trust me, Dan. There's somebody out there.
The joke is always, that, I would pay them to look at me.
I feel like
Thank you.
I feel like there's a lack of bald right-wing extremists on OnlyFans.
Really? You know what? Sign me up.
So the school finds out that this woman has an OnlyFans account.
Yeah.
And they immediately fire her.
Okay.
And they send a letter to the families. It said, yesterday afternoon, we received information that a Sunrise Drive employee had an OnlyFans account, which had content that was contrary to our district staff's social media use and ethics policies. That person is no longer employed.
We see this a lot. Putting Rachel Dolezal aside. By the way, how do the pictures look?
Not good.
Okay. Does she present herself as like black or white or like is she still extreme tanning?
She's still down the middle. Like you have no idea.
Okay.
Well, I understand too that she was doing a little foot modeling there too.
Oh, jeez.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I heard the red eye guys saying that.
Doing foot modeling?
Yeah. For the foot fetish guys out there, she was taking care of them.
Back in my younger days,
yeah,
that would be who we would send the grenade diver for.
Grenade diver? What's that?
You never heard that? So it's
No.
like if you have a group of buddies, there's a group of pretty girls, there's always one less attractive one than the rest. So you tap a grenade diver for the evening.
What does he do?
He goes for the less attractive one to occupy her so she's not running blocker for the cute ones.
You know, I had some good-looking friends in high school. I suddenly realize now why. I knew there was something up, man. I just always wondered what it was. Now I know. Really? That's a thing?
Yeah, you never heard that?
No. Ken, Johnny, did you guys know this?
I did not.
I've never heard. Yeah, I knew about that practice, but I've never heard it called that.
Wow.
It was called something else, and we cannot divulge what it was called.
Well, now we would have to find out off air.
Yes.
Yes.
I'll tell you off air.
Can you text it to me, Ken?
Yeah.
All right.
And it's so weird.
I'll text it to all you boys.
Thank you, man.
There's been so many OnlyFans stories in the news. I feel like
teachers doing it.
I feel like they're seeding this in because the economy's so bad. Nobody's paying these OnlyFans girls. Did you hear about the Florida private Christian school that expelled a couple of kids because of their mom's OnlyFans account?
No.
So
Why would they do that?
Because the mom was in the pickup line and had a big decal on her back window with her handle.
Oh my God.
Saying that she's on OnlyFans.
You know, some
and they asked her to remove it a couple times and she refused. And it was a private Christian school and they're like, "We can't have you in pickup line advertising that you're on OnlyFans."
Johnny, how do you feel about that?
Conflicted.
Yes, I'm a little conflicted because
I feel bad for the kids on so many levels.
Well, yeah, because you know when I was growing up, you know, my mom would show up at class sometimes in hairs and curlers and all that kind of stuff, and you know that's what most kids can identify with.
Right.
These days, mom's on OnlyFans.
Well, look at moms today. They're a little, hotter.
But at a Christian school, they wrote a letter. It was like February 5th. Liberty Christian Prep School said the children's enrollment would be immediately terminated thanks to their mother's decision to publicly advertise her pornographic website to children via vinyl lettering on images on her vehicles.
It is a private school.
Yes, I mean
they can do whatever they want.
School.
It's a Christian school too,
so can they take away her right to free speech? Because that's what that is, isn't it? Free speech.
That one smells like a lawsuit waiting to happen.
Yeah, I mean if she wants to have a decal or a bumper sticker on her car, I mean that's her right.
The school,
but it's on private property. But that doesn't mean that she loses her right to free speech.
It depends on what's in the paperwork.
Okay.
Yeah.
The school board used the word repent 6 times in the letter.
Really?
Yeah. I do feel like this mom was making more than Rachel Dolezal. They said that she rakes in up to $20,000 a month.
Wow.
Well, she can afford another private school.
Yeah.
Yeah, she could.
Oh, I see, Ken. All right, I got it. Yeah.
Shoot, we need to shave our toes and put our feet online.
Yeah. Oh, Johnny, that pinky toe.
Woo. Either that or just find a pretty foot online and claim it's ours.
Yeah, that's mine. I know the toenail polish. I know, and you never see me with it, but that's me.
Did you see the viral video? I don't know about what the authenticity of it was, but like a couple years back where this girl drives up to her mom's house with a Mercedes. She's like, "Mom, it's for you." And she's like, "Oh my gosh, what?" And she's like, the mom's crying. She's like, "How could you afford this?" She goes, "I've been posting your feet online on Foot Finder without you knowing."
Foot Finder. Can I ask what makes a good foot?
Foot Finder.
Like if what makes a good foot? Like you people with foot fetishes, what makes a good foot? What gets you excited about a foot? One person's foot versus another foot.
Probably doesn't have anything to do with hair.
Probably not.
Did anybody notice Ked really laughed awkwardly right there?
It cracks me up, man.
No, I'm asking an honest question.
Yeah, I know you
What's the one foot versus another? Like some women like really hairy guys. So conversely,
maybe they like a hairy foot.
Maybe you like a guy with a little hair coming up off that middle of that toe.
Well, let me ask you this.
Maybe you like a little toe fungus. I don't know.
Does your pinky toe fold underneath any of the other toes, or is it out? Can you see it clearly?
Or do you like the foot, or do you like the sole of the foot?
Are we talking Greek-shaped toes, Roman-shaped toes?
Yeah. Because a folded pinky toe may not be that attractive.
There's
different kind of toes?
Yeah, it's like how they line up. Is your second toe longer than your big toe?
Right.
No, you guys are joshing me.
No.
I'm not. That's actually.
Feet are different, like if you live in one part of the world versus another?
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Things you learn on this show.
Clearly, I don't have a foot fetish.
Hold on, look, right here. I'm pulling up a picture for you. You got Egyptian, Roman, Greek, German, Celtic, and it's all about how the toes align.
That is so weird. All right. You learn something new every day.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Foot fetishes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, there are pretty feet out there. Girls. My wife has very pretty feet.
Yeah.
People are sending me links on the super text line to websites to check out feet.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go there.
It's a real thing, man.
Okay. Well, very good.
0388 texted in and said, my forklift toe is sexy.
I love the look on Dan's face.
I don't get it. Somebody explain, then we got to go. What does forklift toe mean? Okay, come on. Whatever.
Look, I'll show you a picture. This is forklift toe.
Oh, I see. All right. Whatever. Listen.
Our listeners, man.
I know.
I'm telling.
I got.
Oh, I love this. Is foot porn a sin?
Oh. There's even jack toe. There's forklift toe and jack toe.
Can you earn more? Jackie says, can you earn more if you have an ingrown toe?
Oh, man.
Man.
Some people might be into like dirty feet.
Oh. Nasty.
All right. I got one thing to say to all y'all. That's it. We're done.
Oh, yeah.
Ken Weaver.
In more ways than one.
Saved by the Sounder, man.
Yeah.
What's going on? What's coming up at 9?
Well, we're going to let you hear more of what Tennessee Congressman Scott Desjardins says about this national security threat put out by a fellow Republican yesterday. You know, Congressman Desjardins gets these national security briefings on a regular basis. And he kind of leans toward, there's some scare tactics going on for a particular reason. We'll tell you about it at 9 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, very good. Thank you, Ken. Chris, what's coming up after 9?
We're going to cover what happened in Kansas City yesterday. We're also going to talk about Janet Yellen telling everybody that the economy is actually good and you're better off than you were pre-pandemic. Yeah, I am learning at the same time as you. And Russian space nukes.
There you go. Who knew? All right, very good. Oh, that is it? All right, very good.
Well, I can do more.
Give me one more.
Did you know George Soros is buying up a bunch of radio stations?
I sure did, boy. We talked about that earlier. George Soros. So, yeah.
And his son has a new girlfriend.
Who's that?
Well, you'll have to find out after 9.
All right, very good. It is 8:53 on Nashville's Morning News. Chris Hand is up after the news at 9. Sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and receive the strongest cash offer in the industry. You're going to save time and make the most money. Dan Mandis here. With a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can skip the hassle of getting your home ready to sell. You can receive an all-cash offer and close within days. There's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Mark Spain and their guaranteed offer does keep you in control. They've got over 58,000 satisfied clients and over 10,000 five-star reviews. Mark Spain Real Estate is the most trusted and experienced real estate team in America. Find out what the guaranteed offer would be on your home today. There's no obligation. 855-299-SOLD. 855-299-SOLD. You can also find them online. It's markspain.com to get that guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.